Good afternoon and welcome. I am Belinda Bell. I work with the United States Department of Agriculture, Office of Partnership and Public Engagement, under the leadership and the direction under Dr. Lisa Ramirez. I am the USDA liaison at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. I will be your moderator for the second half of the Sustainable Forestry Land Retention Joint Regional Conference. I want to thank these people for making this conference possible. Project Director, Dr. Clarence Bunch, Ms. Angela Moore, especially Candy Williams from UAPB, Ash Wani, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, our media technician, and the rest of the SFLR Planning Committee. Thank you. Also, I want to thank my co-hosts for doing a wonderful job moderating at the top of the program, Horace Hodge. Good job. Okay, so let's go over some of the housekeeping rules for this afternoon conference. We will try to stay on time, and that's the whole purpose of starting here a little bit earlier. I will alert all speakers during your presentation when you have 2 and 1 minute remaining. And at 30 seconds, I will alert you, and by then, you should be wrapping up your presentation. We will have one break at 2:00 p.m. And during that break, an informational video will be playing. We hope that you would stay around to watch the video. Also, feel free to enjoy your lunch or refreshments during the conference. If you have any questions for the speakers, then you may submit them in the chat box. Your microphones will remain mute throughout the conference. We will try to answer as many questions as possible, depending on the time. Questions not answered during the conference will be answered after the conference. You may share the registration link with others, but please, neither share nor post the login link. It's for security reasons. Again, as we go through these trying times, let's keep our prayers and thoughts with our military troops and those that are impacted by Hurricane Ida. Well, now we're ready to meet you at the property line to have a down-home conversation about the USDA-NRCS property lending program. Our first speaker is from my home county, Jefferson County, Arkansas, where his family was named the Farm Family of the Year in 2019. He received his bachelor and master's degree from the University of Arkansas and his Ph.D. from Iowa State University, all in agronomy. He worked with private industry in technology, development, and research. Later, he worked in government affairs, human resources, and outreach. He served on the USDA Advisory Committee for Minority Farmers and Executive Director of the National Black Growers Council. On March 1st, 2021, he was appointed by the Secretary of Agriculture, Thomas Vilsack, as Senior Advisor for Racial Equity. From the Office of the Secretary, I welcome Dr. Dewayne Goldmon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. I want to make sure, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we are at the noon hour on Central Time. And for those of you in the western part of the country, good morning. And for those of you to the east, good afternoon for the last hour or so. Let me correct something. I know on tomorrow, you have scheduled our FSA administrator, Mr. Zach Ducheneaux. He will cover the lending program, including the recently announced heirs property relending program. Pretty exciting news there, especially given the topic of interest at this conference. I've been in and out this morning with you. I did catch most of the last presentation from Dr. Rumley, talking about succession planning and Uniform Petitioning Act. Very good information. I thought what I would do and is to share with you some general updates from USDA in our new quest to achieve racial equity. I probably won't take the whole hour. I would like to talk to you for 15, no more than 20 minutes. And then, Ms. Bell, with your assistance, I would like to open up the floor to have some Q&A with this group of distinguished agricultural people you have in the meeting with us. So with that, let me kind of jump right in and give you an update. As Ms. Bell shared with you, I'm kind of new to USDA, but certainly I'm not new to agriculture. And I'm not new to the idea that USDA needs to purposely do more to achieve racial equity so that this department can live up to its name of the People's Department. We're familiar with some of the other nicknames, particularly in this crowd, but we're striving to be truly the People's Department and create a more inclusive USDA for all of our agricultural citizens. I applaud the meeting team, both at Prairie View and UAPB, and all the other folks that you've invited here. I applaud you on the topic, preserving our land-owned legacy and keeping it in the family. We understand that in the Black agricultural community in particular, heirs property commands a disproportionate share of the property that we own. And I think those are some of the reasons that this conference is being held, but also some of the logic behind the heirs property efforts that are ongoing. I'll talk about a few of those in my comments. I have engaged in several discussions since I started with some of the key efforts that have been undertaken to try and get us to racial equity. As Belinda pointed out, I had no intention of being a senior advisor for racial equity. I spent my undergraduate days were spent with the intention of me being a full-time farmer. So I went to the University of Arkansas and got a degree in agronomy. I minored in ag business with the sole intention of coming back and being a row crop farmer. When I finished school in '85, conditions were not so great. After spending a summer as an extension agent, intern, I come to appreciate the value of an advanced degree. So I went back to the university to pursue a master's and was still considering a career in farming. But in that master's program, I really got turned on to agricultural research and decided to pursue a Ph.D. And so in that quest, I was preparing myself up until about 3 months before I graduated. I was preparing myself for a career as a professor, teaching and doing research. but I had been in contact with several companies and decided there at the end to take a career in the agricultural, chemical, and seed industry. So I spent about 4 years with American Cyanamid, which is now part of BASF. And I spent another 25 or so years with Monsanto, the last 2 with Bayer after that acquisition. In the latter half of my career with that company, I worked with HR and our government affairs group on some very intentional things to try and improve our outreach and support of socially disadvantaged farmers. Worked particularly with the 1890 universities, come to meet Horace Hodge in that association and other folks at the 1890 schools. And I like to think we did some pretty decent work. But I also had the opportunity to get associated with a group of Black row crop farmers and served as an advisor for the last 10 or so years of my career. I served as an advisor to the National Black Growers Council. When I retired in 2019, again, my intent was to finally farm on a full-time basis, but the council talked me into being their executive director. And I did that thinking that I was going to do that for 2, no more than 3 years. But then came 2020. And I need not remind a lot of you of the turbulence that the country encountered in 2020. You've probably heard me say it before that after about 3 months, the country was essentially shut down. We come to get used to things like these Zoom meetings where we're looking at a whole bunch of people in front of a camera in our offices or vehicles or whatever the case may be. We thought that was going to be a temporary thing. It ended up persisting a little longer than I think a lot of us imagined. But there were some other things that happened in 2020 that I think really rocked the country to the core. There was some racism, discrimination, police brutality that was displayed across the country. And for those of us that are over 40, 50 years old, little gray hair, maybe bald, and if you're like me, you probably thought that we were beyond that. As a country, that we were beyond that, that was a painful chapter in our history that was going to be tucked away in history books, but we were wrong. So a lot of those things came front and center. And again, I think it really rocked the country to its core. So much so that when election time rolled around, the country signaled that it wanted to move in a different direction. Joseph Biden was elected president. He selected Kamala Harris as his running mate, first female African-American, Asian-American vice president. And one of the first things I think that President Biden did was talk Tom Vilsack into being his Secretary of Agriculture. Yes, the same Tom Vilsack that served a full 8 years under President Obama when Joe Biden was vice president, was asked to come back for really an unprecedented 3rd time. And after a couple of conversations, as I understand it, he convinced Secretary Vilsack to come back in. And a lot of us, probably a lot of you on the phone, had concerns with that, because in the Black agricultural community, there were a lot of concerns that were mentioned where Tom Vilsack or the Vilsack administration didn't do a lot of things that we felt should have been done for the benefit of Blacks in agriculture. As executive director of the council, I shared that sentiment with you. And in some conversations with the secretary himself before I joined, I explained in amazing detail some of those concerns that were raised and some of the reasons and some of the alternatives that perhaps could have been taken or should have been taken. And what Secretary Vilsack said to me was this next administration, his goal was to do a better job, and he wanted to surround himself with people that would help him achieve that goal. And he asked us for a list of recommendations. And he shared with me that my name should be on that list. And that last statement kind of caught me off guard because I'd never been a government employee. I wasn't aware that this position existed. So I go back to my board of directors and I tell them the gist of the conversation. And they said, you know, we understand. We don't want to see you leave us as stop being the executive director. But they reasoned that I could do more in this position than I could as their executive director. So they encouraged me to submit my name. I did. Long story short, March 1, after I found out about this position in January, March 1, I started as the first ever senior advisor for racial equity. I want to share with you kind of what that means. And I want you to imagine with me that those things that we witnessed and experienced in 2020, I want you to imagine just for a second that we were actually beyond those things. But I want you to go a little deeper. I want you to imagine what agriculture would look like if after the Civil War, the recently freed slaves were given unhindered access to the new USDA, could practice their craft with equality and no fear of retribution, discrimination, intimidation. What would agriculture look like? If you think about that for a minute, I think you have a pretty good understanding of my job responsibilities. Because what the secretary explained to me was we wanted to remove all those barriers and create an equitable department that is truly representative of the agricultural system in this country that we are bound to serve. Now, I understand that this is a presidential appointment and it's 8 years at best. I don't know that that's long enough to accomplish that goal, but I'll share with you, and that's why I wanted to hear some of your concerns. I'll share with you that that continues to be my goal. And if we get close, hopefully we'll put some things in place that will be more permanent, that would make it easier for whoever it is, he or she that follows in this position. Or if we make enough progress, think about this, think about an agricultural system where we didn't even need a senior advisor for racial equity because everyone was treated fairly and equitably. I want to point out the difference between equal and equitable. When you start off in the hole, so to speak, I would argue that equal is not equitable. So the challenge of this administration is to figure out those things that are equitable, meaning how do we narrow the gaps that exist, those gaps that were created from the cumulative impact of being historically denied. How do we put in programs to narrow those gaps? At the same time, we have to make sure that we're forward focused to make sure that on the new frontiers, climate mitigation, Justice 40 initiative, opportunities for grants, loans, those kinds of things. How do we make sure that those are forward focused and equitable so that we don't fix a gap and then immediately turn around and get back in the same trap? And so that's kind of where we are. Shortly after I joined, we learned about the American Rescue Plan. I've had a lot of questions about that. I'll touch on that. So we were very excited when Congress mandated that we pay debts for socially disadvantaged farmers and start to move forward. Shortly after that announcement was made, we were confronted with lawsuits that were challenging the constitutionality of that mandate. So I can't talk about that part a whole lot. Currently, there's over a dozen lawsuits that are challenging this section. I want to be clear though, you might have heard me say this before, that USDA is supporting the Department of Justice, providing information to support the Department of Justice, who is the lead agency that will ultimately determine our best path going forward. The Farm Service Agency remains the organization that will be responsible for implementing those payments. You'll hear from Administrator Ducheneaux tomorrow. FSA is continuing to process the paperwork that's required to do that. And so that when we get the signal that those injunctions and restraining orders have been lifted, we can go ahead and process those payments. Due to the fact that this is active litigation, I really can't share any details beyond that. I will tell you that that form that we talked about filling out early on, AD 2047, that's Apple David 2047. If you don't have that form on file at your local FSA office, I would encourage you to still do that. But other than that, the debt payments are under litigation, and because of that, we can't discuss any details beyond that. We are actively working on the next section, which when you think about it, in light of the comments I made earlier, they're equally important and equally exciting. That's section 1006, which is a little over $1 billion that was put in there to address gaps in program utilization, to address some of the cumulative impacts of discrimination, bias, and more importantly, to restore trust among you in USDA and help provide better service to diverse customers that make up United States agriculture. This is a priority of Secretary Vilsack and certainly a priority of the Biden-Harris administration, as evidenced by Congress passing this important legislation. We are interested in your ideas on how we implement this congressional mandate. Let me point out that about 20.5% of that 1.01 billion is already essentially committed. We're working hard to figure out how we're going to distribute those funds. But just as a reminder, there's 5% in there for technical assistance, to enhance outreach, to help with cooperative development, those kinds of things, 5% for that. There's 5% in there to address heirs property, one of the key foci of this conference. And again, we welcome input from this group, Ms. Bell, Mr. Hodge, on what that should look like. There are other resources that are thrown at this one, but it's important. Heirs property, in the case of Native Americans, it may be fractionated land ownership, but we want to figure out how we can support efforts to allow USDA benefits and perhaps other benefits, like I heard discussed earlier, to heirs property, and allow these socially disadvantaged customers to extract more value from the lands that they've inherited. There's 5% in there that goes specifically to minority serving institutions, with the percent broken out to the 1890, the 1994, the Hispanic serving institutions, Native Americans, the territories and islands. So there's 5% for minority serving institutions. There's 5% in there to address prior discrimination and bias. There's a 0.5% in there to stand up an equity commission. And I should say equity commission or commissions. And let me give you an update on that one. So late last week, we sent the final draft of the equity commission after Secretary Vilsack and Deputy Secretary Dr. Drew Bernal reviewed and approved it. We sent the final version to the White House last week and are currently implementing an aggressive schedule to have an initial meeting of that Equity Commission in calendar year 2021. That commission will follow the Federal Advisory Committee Act regulations. That's FACA, F-A-C-A, and it includes several different requirements in terms of Federal Register notification, informing the public, and particularly the public that that commission is going to serve, but informing them on the application process, the selection process, how that commission is going to operate, and those plans are being implemented. Our current plan is for at least, we already have identified 2 commissions that will be stood up, a commission, and then you can think of the other one as a subcommission. The Equity Commission will be a panel of external experts that will be looked upon to provide critical oversight to USDA's racial justice and equity efforts. External experts. And our goal is to share with them as much information as we can so that they will hit the ground running and be able to provide critical oversight of the department. We have been, well, let me say, as customers, you're probably aware of the distrust that you have for USDA. We've been made aware of that. As a farmer, I've been aware of that for far too long. A lot of those issues are not unwarranted. The issues leading to that distrust are not unwarranted. We recognize that. A lot of those issues stem with the agricultural production areas. So those agencies would be the Farm Service Agency, NRCS, Risk Management. Those are the agencies that reach you the most as producers. And so we've already made the decision that we will stand up a subcommittee that will focus on agricultural production issues. That will be another commission that will have farmers, university people, stakeholders that have a pretty good working knowledge of how those programs work. And more importantly, we'll look at them to tell us what kind of improvements need to be made to make those programs more equitable. Throughout this process, there are other areas that we suspect will require a specific subcommittee to be stood up, perhaps in rural development, perhaps in marketing or some of the other programs. But we've left the charter fluid enough to accommodate additional subcommittees being implemented to operate and get us to a point of racial equity and justice. Let me close by saying that this is not, I don't want to paint this as the work of Dewayne Goldmon, even though I realize that a lot of the outcomes of this work fall on my shoulders, and I don't shy away from that responsibility. But it's a priority of Secretary Vilsack, and it's a priority to the top leaders at USDA. Early on, the department divided itself into 5 different working groups to help us do a pretty deep and critical assessment of the department. And I'll talk briefly about those 5 groups. The first one is the internal engagement group. That is a group that looks at the composition of USDA, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual preference, but we're looking at the internal composition of USDA to make sure that, one, it is representative of the US agriculture that we're trying to serve, and to make sure that in all phases of employment, so recruiting, onboarding, staffing, training, promoting, that all those key functions are as equitable as they should be. There's a group that's focused on external engagement, or how we engage with you as our customers. And that is an ongoing process. I know from looking at the screen here that several of you participated in some listening sessions that were held in late July. That information is being brought into this process, as well as a lot of information that we're doing with some more personal listening sessions with certain groups. But that's the external engagement piece. The Biden-Harris administration put in a pretty aggressive goal whereby all government functions would look at increasing procurement and contracting opportunities for minority citizens or socially disadvantaged producers in this case. And so we have a specific group that's looking at procurement and contracting. And they've already identified some barriers that need to be worked on in terms of paperwork reduction and enabling people to get qualified to bid for contracting. That work is ongoing. This will be a data-driven process, and no, we're not cherry picking. We're looking at all the data so that we can work from a position of knowledge. So there's a specific group looking at data and assessment that can provide a pretty critical overview of USDA and share data that will help us improve our, again, racial equity and justice. The final group is the communications and the legal team that will make sure that this is a transparent process that's communicated out to you, and that we are working within the legal boundaries of the department. Again, I talked about several things, but I want to leave you with the fact that those 5 working groups, the information, key information from those 5 working groups will be shared with the Equity Commission early on. And our intention is to share broad highlights as well as specific information so that we can enable that Equity Commission to provide a critical overview of the department. I looked at the agenda and you have several agency people. I mentioned Zach Ducheneaux. You've got Dr. Bunch. You've got Dr. English that are pretty familiar with USDA programs. You've got James Tillman from NRCS. And they will, I'm sure they will share with you some specific opportunities that those agencies or those missionaries have stood up. Let me pause here though and ask if there are any questions, Ms. Bell, or comments that the group may have of me, and I'll stay on with you for a little while longer.
Okay, Dr. Goldman, we do not have any questions in the chat box, which is unusual, but can you answer this question? Dealing with your Equity Commission, how will they go about appointing those, or, you know, standing up that commission? How would the people be either be appointed, or how?
Great question, Ms. Bell. The ultimate, those of you, I think Ike is Ike Mills, and I'm gonna pick on him because I had the pleasure of serving on the Minority Farmer Advisory Committee with Mr. Mills. And maybe there's some other ones out there. But if you look at that process, ultimately, that decision was made by the secretary. In my case, it was Secretary Vilsack for 2 terms, and then Secretary Perdue for my 3rd and final term. Those decisions were made by the secretary, but they didn't know me at the time. My name was recommended by others through a process. And that's the way the Equity Commission will operate. So there will be a very transparent process. There will be notices in the Federal Register. There will be information going out to the liaison officers. There will be broad announcements that will describe the Equity Commission, that will describe the kind of qualifications we're looking for, and describe the function of that commission. there will be a team of USDA people that will kind of narrow that list down and present it to the secretary and deputy secretary. And ultimately, that decision will reside with Secretary Vilsack. But that's the process that we'll go through, Ms. Bell, to put viable candidates in front of the secretary.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for the question.
Okay, is there any questions out there? Feel free to put them in the chat box. We can't let him get away with this.
Sam Harris is trying to come up with a forestry question to stump me, I believe. I see Sam over there, and his wheels are turning, but I don't know if he's gonna get it in there.
Put one in or not. Okay, so you talk about USDA had a nickname. It also had another nickname among the employees of USDA. It was called the Last Plantation.
Yeah.
Ever heard of that?
Yes, ma'am. And let me go ahead. I'll let you finish.
No, tell me what that is all about.
Well, it's interesting when you talk about a plantation, it conjures up different images in different people's minds. For people of color, the plantation was a system that essentially had you locked in, and I am familiar with that moniker, the Last Plantation. Yeah. And I'll take that one and up you one, Ms. Bell. That moniker, that moniker extended beyond the USDA employees. That moniker was also out amongst farmers, because we understood the implications of a plantation where it's a top-heavy organization that's where all the work is done by people that are not appreciated, and it's not a fair system. And so when I think the Last Plantation, when that moniker was labeled, it was because for a large extent, USDA kind of operated as a plantation. And it pains me to say that, but I'll just say it, because that moniker was not unwarranted. When you look at some terrible things that happened in the past, and I know you know the precipitous decline in Black farmer numbers from the early 1900s to now. You're talking about close to 1 million down to 40,000 maybe. And even though we've had a decline in all farm numbers because technology has allowed a single farmer to do more with less, there's a disproportionate decline in Black farmer numbers. And that last plantation that you referred to probably had a lot to do with that. But this is a new day, Belinda, and I think we have to, so when I said earlier that the distrust that's inherent among a lot of people of color is not unwarranted, that ties to that last plantation mentality. But we have to take a different look. And that also ties into my earlier comment that equal is not always equitable, because certain people have suffered more because of discrimination and bias. We need to figure out a fair way to address the prior discrimination and bring people to a point of equity so that we can once we get equitable, then we can start talking about equality. But we've got to get there. We've got to shore up some deficiencies. So a lot of the things that you hear about, underlying theme of this whole conference is the heirs property issue. I've been involved with several groups that have looked at heirs property, both at the facts behind it, as well as some of the reasoning that got us to this point. And the fact that a lot of our ancestors simply did not trust the system. They didn't trust banks. They didn't trust the legal system.
Okay.
And so they reckoned that if I just leave it to my kids and don't have to go to an attorney, I don't have to worry about the loopholes that I could be tricked into signing my property away. Well, somewhere along the way, the system shifted a little bit, but that distrust was inherent in a lot of us. So we've got to address those issues. I think those are the things that we really need to come into with our eyes wide open and explain to people, yeah, while you may have thought that in the 50s and 60s, it's a new day now, and there are some strategic things that can be done to address this issue that would bring that property into more productive use. It's those kinds of things that have to be done to address that last plantation mentality, Melinda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You have a compliment in the chat box, and it's from the former undersecretary. When he used to be called Farmers Home Administration, it changed to Rural Development. Bob Nash, he said, I am so happy you serving as a senior official with the USDA, giving your experience and commitment and compassion for equity, diversity, and inclusion is appreciated and needed. And then we have another question. What relief was in the American Rescue Plan for Black farmers that is being challenged in the courts? Are you able to speak on that?
Yeah, I sure. I'm not going to pass up a compliment from Bob Nash, though. I consider him a valuable resource as well. So thank you, Mr. Nash. Mr. Nash was a Deputy Undersecretary during the Clinton administration and did a lot of great work. And so thank you sincerely, Mr. Nash. But yeah, let me get to the question. The American Rescue Plan, let me put this in perspective. There was 0.26% of the American Rescue Plan, 0.26% was specified to deal with some chronic problems among social disadvantaged farmers at USDA. Section 1005 dealt with debt payments, and we were directed to pay debts as of for all social disadvantaged farmers as of January 1, 2021. And section 1006 was, I call it the restoration section. That's the one I just talked about in my earlier comments. But the part that's being challenged is that section 1005 that specified debt payments for social disadvantaged farmers.
Okay. Okay, you have another question, and they are asking, maybe you can speak on a message of hope for ones who have been waiting on debt payments. So give them a little hope.
A message of hope. I would say, you know, I can't talk about that section because it is in litigation. I can talk about, no, but I can talk about the other things that are ongoing at the department. So the fact that USDA has already submitted 2 reports to the White House in response to an executive order that requires us to, as a department, to look at racial justice and equity. There was a 90-day report that went in my first 30, 40 days in this position. There was a 200-day report that went in earlier this month. And we're right now kind of in a transition from what we know into starting to stand up an equity commission and talk about what we're going to do to fix the problems that have been identified. that process is ongoing while we continue to work on identifying the problems. There are also resources that have been deployed already outside of the American Rescue Plan that help us to address some chronic problems in USDA programs. I don't want to create, I don't want to deflect too much attention to me, but I do want to point out that we now have, for the first time, a senior advisor for racial equity that's meant to look at all things equity across the department. And, you know, before, I suspect that USDA would look at certain issues, and once you get to a point where maybe it would require a congressional change, you would say, I've taken this as far as I can. But what the secretary has explained to me is that now, if we're going to be serious about equity, we need to do all we can with the current regulations we have now. And in the event we run across something that will require some kind of change, we have to explain to the powers that be, Congress, the Senate, that this change is needed, and explain why that change is needed. And so it's really an all-out effort to get us from the last plantation to the People's Department. And we have more resources thrown at it now, and it is receiving a higher priority now than any time since I've really been paying attention to agriculture. The other thing, though, to the person that asked for glimmers of hope, I would hope that you would continue to talk to me about ideas you have and things that are needed so that we can continue to make this a process that's inclusive and would help get us closer to our goal.
Okay. The next question, and I have heard you say this before, that the employees of USDA are bound to treat people with dignity and respect. So the next question is, what is expected from the local FSA-NRCS employees?
You answered that question already, Ms. Bell. They're bound to treat all of our customers with dignity and respect. And so the difference now, though, is we're looking, and we're not just looking at what people are telling us. We're looking at other things. So if we do this, and I'll pick on the data and assessment group, if we do these assessments correctly, we're trying to get to, if you're going to talk about equity, unfortunately, I cannot go back and restore equity to my father and grandfather. They're both gone on. I do understand that had they had someone focused on equity in the late 1800s in the case of my grandfather, in the 40s and 50s in the case of my dad, that my life experiences on the farm would probably have been different, okay? But we now have measures that we can look at that will give us a pretty good report card on our equity efforts. As a department, we should be proportional. So as an example, socially disadvantaged farmers make up roughly 9.5% of the farm population. That's across all platforms, forestry, animals, plants, whatever. When you look at the resources that came out of the CFAP program, the last go around, or through that program, you find that 9.5, say 10% of the farm population garnered only about 1% of the benefits. That's disproportional. We now know this, so we have the mandate, if you will, to look at some of the reasons for those inequities and to fix those. And so if you have an area that has, a pretty sizable minority farm population, it stands to reason that that area, whether that be a county, a region, a state, that area should have a proportionate amount of USDA benefits that flow through to all of its customers. We're now looking at that kind of information to see where some of the problem spots are. And, once we have that information, we need to look at the underlying reasons as to why we have gaps in program adoption. And here's what I suspect we will discover if we do this the right way. So stay with me just a second. When numbers are as disproportionate as the pandemic response, I think you're likely to find two things. You're likely to find people that are supposed to be helping you that could do a better job of providing the kind of outreach and program implementation that would lead to more equitable distribution. But you're also likely to find some customers that fundamentally don't understand or don't think that the effort to go through the paperwork is worth the benefit. And in both of those cases, there's work to be done, okay? And I think when you start looking at equity, we've got to make sure that we put people, processes in place that will fix those kinds of discrepancies that are uncovered.
Okay. And there was another part to that question is, how can I constructively engage at the local level to assist the commission?
I'll answer that this way, Ms. Bell. Advocacy is very important. I see Mike Sullivan, and I'm gonna assume that that's Mike Sullivan, my state conservationist. And I would have what I describe as a good working relationship with Mike Sullivan. But let me tell you the importance of advocacy. I'll pick on NRCS. So there are several different places for farmers to get involved with the selection process for NRCS programs and how they're going to be awarded. The first one is the local working groups, those local working groups that exist at the county level. I wonder if your issues, the importance of those issues, if the local working group is aware of those. If they're not, that's a place where you could make some valuable contributions. From there, it goes to the state. The state technical committees are the ones that decide broadly how those resources are going to be divvied up to respond to the needs that are brought to them from the constituents that serve on that committee. If you don't have representation on that local group or the state technical committee, the issues that are important to you may not be represented when decisions are being made as to how much of those dollars go to forestry versus crops versus vegetables versus animal systems. That's important, and it only comes from you being involved at those levels to make sure that those issues are understood. Now, if you have frustrations with that, I'd like to know about those. If you have problems getting on a survey, and usually the issue goes the other way, where you have more difficulty finding good representatives, and so you find yourself kind of in recruiting mode. But that's important to this process. In most things, and there's politics involved. I understand that there's budgets and and all these things that are involved. And in most things that require any kind of advocacy or political intervention, word on the street is if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, meaning that those things get eaten up and really don't have any consideration. So you've got to make sure that you figure out a way to get that advocacy that gets your issues on the table so that they can be responded to.
Okay, Dr. Goldman, thank you for that. I have one more Title VII question of the Civil Rights dealing with employment, equal opportunity employment. And the question is, are there any programs to address racial disparity on employees of USDA, i.e. no promotions, and bringing in white supervisors when Blacks have more experience, and so many other issues that occur?
Yeah, I'm just jotting notes. And yeah, there is. So the Monica Range is the new Deputy Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights. And I think ultimately those Title VII complaints would go up to her office. But there is a process there to address those issues, which was a big part of the reason that we wanted to have this internal working group. Because if the problem that you just described, if we do our work right, if we ask the right questions, you should see some trends that are reflected in the data itself. And so I'll use the example that was posed in the question. So if an agency or an office or an area, if you have a proportionate number, let's say, of Black employees, but they're all sequestered down at entry-level positions, that says that, yeah, you get a check mark for having a degree of equity, but you get an X in those people going through the promotion, training, and career advancement opportunities. And that's what this racial equity work is about. It's about making sure that we have people in all levels that are representative of the agriculture that we're trying to serve. So those kinds of things will be brought out. And whether you are a grower, customer, or an employee, those complaint systems remain options to investigate places where discrimination occurs.
Okay. Well, you're doing pretty good. You have more compliments than you do questions. You have another compliment, say congratulations to Dr. Goldman. It is great to see a hometown friend and farmer working on behalf of landowners. So thank you. And that will be all for the questions. And we appreciate your engaging and informative conversation with us. Thank
you all. Belinda, I think you have my contact information.
Oh, yes. Somebody do want to have your contact information.
Yeah, you can.
We'll put.
Yeah, you
we can
put it
share
in the chat.
that.
Yeah, and because
Okay,
I don't.
well,
those of you that know me probably know that I have a pretty hard time walking and chewing bubble gum at the same time. I don't multitask real well. So I appreciate you managing the chat function for me, Ms. Bell. But yeah.
Okay.
You've got my contact information. I'm in transition. I am currently spending most of my time in Arkansas, but that's coming to a screeching halt. I'll be relocating to DC.
Okay.
But you have my contact information, and please share it with the group.
Okay. Well, thank you. I guess I can say homeboy. And a fraternity brother as well. Thank you so much. Miss
Hey, let me make a correction.
Moore.
Let me make a
Okay.
correction.
Go ahead.
Goldmon, make sure I don't get the MAN emails. Goldmon is Goldmon. And
Okay,
yeah,
Goldmon.
it's
Okay.
Dewayne.goldmon@USDA.gov.
Okay. Okay.
Just
We'll
wanted to
note
make
that.
that correction.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you and have safe transition to Washington, D.C.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay. Miss Angela Moore, will you make sure that his information is in the chat box, if you don't mind?
As a matter of fact, I
Thank
want
you.
to interject that all speakers' information is going to be contained in the program booklet. And
Okay.
that booklet would be made available to all attendees.
Okay. Well, we appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next on our program, our next speaker will talk about the global trends affecting the U.S. markets. He serves jointly as the silver culturist. I had to say silver culturist. I still not saying it, but I let him say it, for Texas A&M Forest Service and Extension Specialist for the Forestry for Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service. Let's welcome Dr. Eric Taylor.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks, Ms. Bell, for that introduction. Hey, I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak with you today, and I think I'll just get right into it, if that's okay. Let me share my screen with you. So I was asked to speak on the global trends in forestry industry, but instead of just giving you a bunch of numbers and graphs, what I'd like to do is change that a bit and talk about how maybe as landowners and producers, we might think about some of the silvicultural strategies, how we manage our land in response to some of those trends that we see going on in the global forest industry. So we're going to kind of approach this topic that way, and I think hopefully it'll be proved to be much more beneficial for you. We're going to look at how some countries are better equipped than others for producing raw materials on some products than others. We're going to look a little bit at some digital information because, as you know, knowledge is power, and it's important to have a little bit of knowledge about those tools that you have at your fingertips that help you gain any information you might need. We're going to look at different types of products. We'll go over first the traditional products, we'll look at some new trends that are happening out there, maybe even some futuristic products that are coming down the pipe. And then lastly, we'll get to some of the silvicultural strategies, if we have time on this, and how you might better position yourself to meet these global trends. So again, let's look at digital data. And because we need to have, in order to be competitive, we need to know what we have. We need to be able to plan what we're going to have in the future. We need to see how what we have is going to be either marketable or not marketable based on what current trends are. And so it's important for us to know that we have a number of tools available, free of use, no accounts required or anything, that are out there. Texas Forest Service, Texas A&M Forest Service has a number of those tools at our website, texasforestinfo.tamu.edu. You see that listed at the top there. That can be very useful to help you get information about just about anything. We have some tools that are specifically geared towards landowners, like Map My Property. And so if you have property out there, you don't currently have a map for it, you can certainly use this tool to help map your property out and find out information about the soils. You can do all kinds of very detailed drawings on the map to gain what you really need to, and produce that as a nice quality printed map for you for future reference. We also have a number of forest product tools like the economic impact. If you want to find out what prices are going for various products, you can certainly reach out there and see what kind of trends we have. And we're all going to plan to do some kind of operation in our forest from time to time, whether it's going to be some kind of thinning operation. Maybe we're looking at putting coverts in for a forest road, and it's helpful then to have some kind of tool that allows you to look at maybe how much runoff you might have, what kind of culvert size you might need, how you might need to design your roads so you can minimize the runoff. And so we have one called Plan My Land Operation that's very useful for that as well. We're going to be focusing a little bit of time today on some of these forest products tools that I'm listing here, like the timber supply analysis. Again, these are all free to use, and you can find all these at the texasforestinfo.tamu.edu. These are going to be Texas-centric types of applications, but maybe your states will have something very similar, and some of ours also cross multiple state lines as well. For example, the timber supply analysis does that, and we'll take a look at that in a minute. If you're interested in knowing what kind of markets are out there, you can look at the forest products directory, and it'll tell you all the different types of mills that are in the area, and you can see what kind of mills they are, whether they be primary mills, secondary mills, and what kind of products they produce. And that would help you also to kind of plan a little bit about what your future markets might be. We also have things like ecosystem values, as you know. Especially going on now, we do have an emphasis again on having our forest help us mitigate climate change through the sequestration of carbon, atmospheric carbon. And so we have some tools there that might help you a little bit with that as well. And then we have growth simulators that are important. So if you do have a new stand you want to start, you're trying to think about some inputs that you might need, you can toy around with that, use different scenarios to figure out what the costs and benefits might be with various different types of scenarios with our timberland decision support system. And a new one is forest or herbicide prescriptions. That's important for you to know, because we all need to do a better job controlling our competition. If we do a better job controlling competition, we tend to have healthier, happier, more vigorous forest stands, or we have better wildlife habitat or a combination thereof. But as you might have some experience, it can be very daunting, whatever word is right, to try to figure out what those prescriptions might be on your own. So we do have a new tool, a new decision support tool to help you do that. And we had some discussions already today about how many of our tracts are being divided up and parcelized into smaller units. And so one of the tools that we put together, I'm very excited to announce too, is help to kind of mitigate some of the issues that come up with small acreage landowners. As you know, there's an economy of scale thing that works against small acreage landowners when it comes time to try to get a particular job done, like thinning or prescribed burning, or even herbicide application. And so we have a little tool there that allows landowners, small acreage landowners, but any landowner, to be able to communicate with service providers and aggregate those lands, those small tracts together to make one large tract, so that they can command a better price for that particular silvicultural treatment, or be able to get the job done at all because of their small acre size. And so take a look at my land management connector. That's a very powerful tool for everybody to know about. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about some of the products of what we use timber for, or what we use timber for. I tried not to end my sentence in a preposition, it's just awkward. And it's important for us to understand what some of these basic products are, and so we know what the current use is. We can also anticipate what the future demand of those things is. And as a landowner, you need to be able to think in terms of products, whether it be a timber product, or if it's an ecosystem service product, or if it's a wildlife product. You need to know those things and be able to visualize that and put some values on those things so you can really plan and be more productive, be less wasteful perhaps, and be more competitive with what we see in global trends in forestry industry. The pulpwood is the first thing we'll talk about. That pulpwood is going to be those trees, that round wood that's specifically grown for the production of paper, and it's usually within that 5 to 7 inches of diameter breast height, DBH. Diameter breast height is going to be when you take the diameter of trees 4.5 feet above average ground line. So pulpwood is traditionally used just for the production of fiber that's used to make paper. We also see pulpwood sized materials being chipped up into small chips that might go into engineered wood. Engineered wood is a big thing we'll talk about more in a minute, but Perhaps you're very familiar with OSB, which is oriented strand board. Many of you might have used that for building houses or something, and that comes from small sized trees. We also see pulpwood sized material being used for energy production, where we're taking trees and we're chipping them up and we're putting them into boilers to heat up water, to make steam, to turn turbines, to make electrical power. And so that's the big thing too. Perhaps something that's more economically attractive though is to make wood-based bioproducts. We can take those same chips and we can run them through a pyrolysis machine and make things that are essentially that could be refined into products like oils, lubricants, adhesives, latexes, and those kind of things that have a lot of value to them, very high-end value. Today, though, it's very rare that we actually see plantations that are grown specifically for pulpwood production. What we do instead, though, is we collect pulpwood-sized trees, usually from our first thins. Many of you, I'm sure, have experienced this already, where I have a plantation or a forest stand, and I need to thin it out, and I have very small trees on it, and they only qualify for something that would be called pulpwood-sized material. And so I'm taking those things out so that I can free up the growing space so my residual trees can have enough nutrients, and they have enough growing space, they have enough sunlight in their food factories, the needles, to be able to grow into bigger trees. It's a necessary step, and we might think about how some strategies, how we might minimize or eliminate that step as we talk about future trends in the pulpwood market. We also see that pulpwood is that size material is also a byproduct of sawmills. You know, sawmills don't waste anything, right? They're going to make dimensional lumber out of every part of that tree that they're able to make dimensional lumber out of. And then everything else is going to be chipped. That's going to go into a product like OSB or pulpwood, or paper, or it's going to be burned because it's bark and sawdust. It may be burned so they can generate power and heat that helps run the factory. So none of that's going to be wasted in sawmill. Very efficient industry. But if you think about what the product of pulpwood is, we may not be all that well positioned for pulpwood markets in the future. And so that's something to keep an eye on. There are some things that are coming down the pike that might make me eat my words on that. But look at paper, for example. We don't have the paper mills that we used to in this country, nor will we probably ever have those paper mills. You think about writing paper, printing paper, that kind of material is better made out of hardwood fibers. And there are some countries like Asia, for example, Brazil, that can produce hardwood fibers in form of eucalyptus to a much greater extent than we can here. Eucalyptus has very desirable properties when it comes to making paper. Pine, not so much. Our hardwoods grow fairly slow. And so other countries are better positioned to produce paper than we are here in the States. And so we're probably going to see the paper making industry is not going to return to any great deal. However, there is some brightness with paperboard. Paperboard is a harder, thicker stock. It's used to make, it folds nicely. You can make cardboard boxes out of it, and you use those for shipping products. And so there is some hope for that. And also engineered lumber. Engineered lumber made from small diamond trees is something that is very attractive and has very good promise for the future. We take a bunch of small trees, we chip them up, and we reassemble those products, those chips back together to make something else, like oriented strand board. Or we can make 2x4s out of it, or we can make a number of other things. And so that's very promising too. But the future for landowners then, if you think about how I mentioned already that most of our pulpwood size material comes from first thinnings. And you need those first thinnings in order for you to get the trees to grow so you can have something of higher value later, saw timber sized trees. But we're limited because we have a lot of growth compared to our removals. And so there is an abundance of small diameter trees out there. Now, mills can't use all of that, right? So they have to because the demand is not high enough for the amount of supply that we have. So they do have quotas, and they're only allowing a certain amount of that size material into the mill. Well, if I'm a logger and I have a forest stand that I'm harvesting that has a lot of high quality timber in it, but also have a lot of pulpwood, I need to be able to make that part of my quota so I can get my higher value trees harvested as well, instead of wasting my quota space on something that's of lower quality stand next door. And then how small is too small? As we move into different types of markets, is that pulpwood size material going to be the same 5 to 7 inch range it is now? Or do we see that particular window of size get larger? Maybe it's 5 to 10 inches in the future. Let's talk a little bit more about container board. I mentioned this, that paper board, container board, same kind of thing, sort of. We call this the Amazon effect, where we see about 95%, more than 95% of all of our products in the US are shipped in cardboard boxes. And that's made from this high strength softwood fiber. So we do that really well here in the South. We take that material and we make these containers out of it that's used for shipping. Just think about everything you buy online, whether it's from Amazon or whatever, it comes inside a cardboard box. Sometimes that box comes inside of a cardboard box. And then think about the packing material that's inside that, the high quality fluff pulp that we can make here too. We used to make that from hardwood, now we make it from pine pulpwood. So that's another attractive market. And you can see the demand for both of those are increasing 4% or so. I would imagine it's increasing much more than that, because those are a couple-year-old numbers. It's probably more like 8 or 10%. And so that Amazon effect is having a huge impact on our container board products, which have, for the most part, taken the place of any of our paper mills here in the state. If you want to find out more about where mills are, you can certainly do that very easily. Again, if you go to texasforestinfo.tamu.edu, we have a directory of forest products application there. Click on that. You can choose either the company name or the mill type, or even your county, to find out what mills are there. Pops up the various mills, and I'm only looking at the paper mills and chip mills. In this particular screen, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, and only 2 of those are actually paper mills, and those are paperboard mills. But it shows you a list, and you can click on any of those things to find out more information about each of those particular industries, even the contact information. So if you wanted to call and find out what the prices were for a particular thing, you certainly can. So you can see, as far as the forest industry goes here in this state, at least, we have only a handful of paper and chip mills. Let's look at the next class, or the next category of products, and that's what we traditionally call a chip and saw. And it's called chip and saw because you take round wood and you're essentially chipping the outside, making chips out of it, and then you're sawing the middle. And the product size on this is going to be 8 to 11 inches diameter, breast height. And again, you take chips from the outside, and those chips are made for OSB or paper, and you cut them inside into 2 2x4s. Well, southern pine is great, and as we grow our trees very fast, we have an issue with the middle of trees being sawed up into 2x4s, because that's where the majority of our less desirable wood is, what we call juvenile wood. And so there's some trends probably that will maybe have to rethink about our chip and saw class materials, because a lot of that's no longer passing through the Southern Pine Inspection Bureau as far as the strength and grade and elasticity, all that kind of stuff. So we might think about increasing that. Maybe future trends are going to be increasing the size of the pulpwood size material, maybe doing away altogether with the chip and saw, and then really focusing in on saw timber size products for the production of our 2x4s, which wouldn't be a problem. That picture that I was showing you earlier wasn't all that grand, so I just have another kind of image here. This is not exactly what we do here in the States, but this is a good representation of how you can kind of cut the 2 middle boards, 2x4s out of that. If you notice then that those 2x4s are really going through the center of the tree, which is not what we want. If you're building a house or a structure, you want to look at the end grains when you're at the market, at the big box stores, and anything that goes through the center of a tree, you just put to the side. You don't want that. You want that's going to have a tendency to twist and bend and do weird things on you. Chip and saw is also used quite a bit. That size material is also used for biofuels. If you think about pellets, we have a few pellet mills, and they take that round wood. They make a material we call pellets out of it. It has to be very clean. Can't use trash. We have to use quality logs with quality process to make sure that our pellets meet a certain standard. And we export those to primarily Europe so that they can meet the renewable energy portfolio that they have there. And that export potential is growing. That growth is growing about 6.4% annually. And so that's a pretty attractive market as well. And then we have, again, bio-based fuels, bio-based products that are coming from chip and saw, because if I have roughly the same amount in one chip and saw wood as I do in chip and saw tree as I do in 4 smaller diameter trees, it's much more efficient for me to harvest that chip and saw tree, so I can harvest more material in the same amount of time than it would take me to harvest a bunch of small materials. And so you can see there's a cost benefit there for bumping up your product categories. And we can use those for production of fuels, lubricants, and adhesives, and that kind of thing. So that's kind of a neat thing. And if you think about that, how we're taking our materials and we're making pellets out of it, we're shipping that all the way to Europe so they can burn that in their boilers to generate electric power and heat. At the same time, those very same companies are shipping logs to us so we can saw them up into 2x6s and 2x8s and that kind of thing. Another category, as you know, is saw timber. And in my mind, this is what we should be striving for as a landowner. We should be having strategies that kind of minimize some of the pulpwood that we're producing in favor of chip and saw. And if we can, we want to minimize chip and saw production in favor of saw timber. So there are some strategies that hopefully we'll have time to get to that can identify a way to get that in a very efficient way and a safe way as well. So saw timber is going to be those trees that are 12 inches and greater diameter breast height. And you know, that's stuff that's made into 2x4s and 2x6s, the things we would build our houses out of in our decks and that kind of thing. It's all graded upon the rigidity of the lumber. So a good quality tree is going to have a greater grade than a poor quality saw timber tree. You can also make some decorative boards out there. Those are like the 1x6s and the 1x8s that you might use for framing your doors and windows and building shelves and that kind of thing. They come out of this size material. And of course, there's going to be some chipping in the process that could go into engineered products as well. One of the big up and coming stars, perhaps in the country, is an engineered product that uses dimensional lumber to make very large panels. We call that CLT. And CLT stands for cross laminate timber. So you have, let's say these are 2x6s here. You have a row of 2x6s that are facing this way. You have another row of 2x6s that are facing that way, and another facing this way. And they're all glued together and pressed down, and makes a very strong, very rigid board. And because it's engineered, as with all engineered products, we know to a very narrow margin what the specifications are. So we know very specifically what the failure rates are going to be and those kind of things, which will allow us then, unlike dimensional lumber, which because of the variability of trees, hard for us to get that same kind of tightness in our specifications. Because it's engineered, now we know what the specifications are. We can use these types of products and other engineered products for commercial structures. And that's what's there's a great amount of benefit for using wood in place of steel and concrete and aluminum, as far as our carbon footprint and our cost, our energy efficiency. And so this is a pretty exciting up and coming market that we're just now starting to use Southern Yellow Pine for. You can build multi-rise buildings. Like here's an example here of some earlier engineered products and something that's more little bit more, a little newer, high rise going up, it's using CLTs, and it can be very, very attractive and very comforting, very pretty building that has a lot of benefits as far as your well-being as well. So I look for that. I hope that we see that industry continue to grow. And of course, you could use that same tool then to see what where the sawed timbers are in this state. And you can see there's a number of sawed timbers mills that pop up there. And then we have poles. Poles are going to be even your higher value. I should have said a long time ago, we're going from very low value to very high value, where pulp was going to be our lowest grade, our lowest value. Chip-n-saw is our next highest value, and it's a significant jump, or at least it can be. And then from chip-n-saw to sawed timber is another significant jump into value. And then a huge jump here to poles. And so if you're growing poles, and there are some strategies that you would use as a landowner to reach those poles. Not every tree has potential to become a pole unless we actively manage it. And these are simply things that use support vertical loads like utility poles or pylons and that kind of thing. And these are going to be graded based on the height and diameter, the straightness and strength. And so with forest stand, you're lucky if you have 10 poles per acre because the specification can be very tight. You can see then we do have some pole markets there as well. Next, we have what we call peeler logs or veneer logs, and we don't see a lot of that going on anymore. Engineered lumber, well, this is engineer, but engineered lumber made out of smaller trees like OSB is sort of taken over the majority of the plywood industry, but that's still a viable product, and it has a lot of value in it. So we have maybe one, I guess, plywood mill in the state here. You can see the dots here for the plywood and OSB mills, and most of these are OSB, including our newest one down here. But I think there's only one, maybe two plywood mills there. And this is important to note because, in the South, especially, we're sort of the wood basket still. We can grow trees quite a bit, and we can generate about 80 to 105 tons of wood per acre. Our average clear cuts are going to bring out about 87 tons of wood per acre. That's a lot of wood. And even a thinning, we're looking at maybe generating as much as 32 tons per acre. In fact, if you're trying to attract somebody to your stand for a thinning operation, you're going to have you need to have a couple things. First off, you need to have enough acres so they can be there for a while, because it's very expensive for them to be able to move onto the site. And then you need to have enough wood for them to get enough truckloads a day to make it worth their while. It used to be about 15 tons per acre. They're probably looking more like 20 tons or even more per acre might be a minimum requirement for them to consider the job. Think about that. Maybe it takes a day for them to move onto the site. So that's one day. They're not getting paid for that day. And if you only have enough wood out there for 2 days of work, and on a fourth day they have to move offsite again. Well, that's 2 days of not working, 2 days of working, and or 2 days of not getting paid, 2 days of getting paid for 4 days of work. So it's not very attractive for them. So that's why they have to have a certain amount out there. If you look at where all the wood is worldwide, North America and Central America, it's not the smallest player, but it's not the largest player either. So we do have about 17% of the wood inventory. South America has a great amount out there. They can grow a lot of wood in South America, and even Europe has more wood than we do here in the States. And what's kind of interesting to note here is that Asia probably has the greatest amount of forests as far as percent of land cover, but they're not real productive forests. And so there's not a whole lot of wood per acre compared to some of these other countries. You can also look at our timber supply analysis tool. If you are so inclined, it's just kind of a neat thing, especially if you're trying to look at future plans for maybe where you might want to purchase properties or trade current properties with other properties to see where you are in proximity to mills. You can see all the mills here. You can see the green color is the density of the forest stand. So it kind of gives you a visualization of where the wood is versus where the mills are. You can break each of these by different types of mills if you choose to. And if you look at East Texas, then you can see where the density of our fiber is in relationship to the different mills. And I can draw a 50-mile radius or any size radius if you want to around that to kind of see about a property that I was interested in, just to see what mills were in my area, to see if I have available markets for when I need them down the road. And if there are not enough available markets, then you might want to consider not purchasing that product, that land, or maybe trying to trade with somebody if you already own it with something that's more productive.
Okay, Dr. Taylor, you got 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. And I was showing this too because I wanted to show a little bit about some of the trends that are going on, where we have a lot. If you look at the blue, of course we have 2 bars here, 2 sets of bars. We have softwood and hardwood, and the blue is going to be the growth versus the red is going to be the removals. And so you can see there that we have a lot more growth happening than we do removals. So we have a greater amount of supply than we do demand. And if we're thinking about that strategically, then we want to make sure that whenever we put in a new type of management plan, establish a new stand, or even tend to an existing stand, that we're focused on only those particular products that have the highest value and have the highest demand, and try to minimize or eliminate the period of which that stand is producing low quality, low value wood like pulpwood. And so there's some strategies there. We can look at timber production, climate mitigation, ecosystem restoration. All of those have value, and we certainly won't be able to talk about all this in the next minute that I have. But I've been discussing a lot on southern pine, but the trends are very similar for hardwoods. And the whole key is here, hey, let's implement some better silvicultural science to achieve our goals and to minimize our costs. And it's everything from thinking about our planting densities. I'm going to stop with this slide here and then take questions after it. This is an important slide because if you look at the graph on the right there, you can see the kinds of progress that we've made in the last 100 years or so, 80 years anyway, when it comes down to the amount of volume that we can produce per acre. And you have the natural stands here. And then we started thinking about how we can improve our volume growth by planting. And then we improved the way we did our site preparation. Getting the site ready to receive a new stand of trees is hugely important. And then looking at soil properties and whether they're limiting, we can fix those limitations in the soil. I'm sorry that's happening. We can fix our limitations in the soil by adding some simple and relatively inexpensive fertilization during the time of planting. And of course, weed controls is a big component of that as well. And then lastly, what I want to focus in on is our tree improvement. We've done a lot of work in the tree improvement programs that we have here in the States, so that the trees that you have the availability to purchase now at the nurseries are much more productive than those trees that we might have naturally occurring on our site. And so there's a huge amount of gain you can get just by selecting the right trees to the right site and using those families that have the genetic disposition to be very good growers, very good self-pruners, have good quality straight wood and that kind of thing.
Okay,
So when you think
Dr.
about
Taylor, your time.
One more statement then.
Okay.
So the planting density now is not what it was in the past. It's now going to be a very important decision for landowners to think about that. It's a strategic decision. You might want to look at very lower planting densities where you're putting all your growth and efforts on those high value woods instead of putting a lot of trees in the ground that are going to be wasting resources on small diameter, low value trees. With that, I'll stop.
Okay. Okay, you're only going to be able to answer maybe one question real fast. And that was, what do you consider a small farm? I'm assuming tree farmer.
Yeah, it's a great question. And so the smallness depends upon the economy of scale. And so that economy of scale kind of differs based on what it is we're asking them to do. If it's prescribed burning, then a small farm where you might have a division of what the cost is going to be to get that activity might be as much as 100 acres. If I'm looking at a thinning operation, then it might be around 50 to 60 acres. But we tend to think that a smaller acres tract is going to be somewhere around 50 to 60 acres. Anything larger than that, provided that it's well managed and has a lot of fiber on it, it's going to attract somebody to the job, then should be able to get a reasonable price for that particular operation.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Taylor. We appreciate you for that informative presentation that you had given us. And thank you. And we're going to move to our next speaker. Our next speaker will talk about the importance of timing conservation practice. He is a registered forester with the Arkansas Department of Agriculture Forestry Division. He is the county forester over Howard, Hope, and Sevier County in Arkansas. Let's welcome Justin Mallett.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are y'all doing? Can you hear me fine, Miss Bell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Well, I appreciate you, Dr. Taylor, on that presentation. I enjoyed it and made a lot of good points. I'm going to start by talking a little bit, tell you a little bit about me. To start out, if you notice my background behind here, I tried to find a picture that kind of related to me and related to the topic. This is actually some family property of mine that's been in our family for over a century now. And that's my son to the left or to your right. And that's my nephew right behind me throwing sticks in our creek. So family land is important to me. And that's one reason why I enjoyed this program so much. All right, let me pull up my screen, make sure. All right, then. So timing practices. I've already got a little bit of introduction about myself. Thank you. And if you notice, I try to incorporate my family into here. So I've been a county forester since 2012. I obtained my bachelor's in science from Monticello in Forestry and Associates of Science in Land Surveying Technology. A little random info about me is I'm very knowledge driven. I love to learn new things. And that's what's fun about working in forestry. You're always learning something. So the topics I'm going to cover today is, the first one's going to be, why is timing important? Pre-planning your operations, when to conduct your forestry practices, and scheduling aids you're going to use. So for the pre-planning and planning, first thing you're going to need to consider is, what do you have? Once you know what you have, then you're going to need to decide on your goals for your timber and for your family. And the third step is going to be create a plan. So with that, talking about the different practices that you can do on your property, I'm going to talk a little bit about these, and those are going to include herbicides, planting, ripping and bedding, thinning. And under the herbicides, we're all pretty familiar with a lot of the forestry herbicides. And even if you're not familiar with forestry herbicides, you're used to herbicides such as Roundup or glyphosate. So the different ways that you can apply those herbicides are hack and squirt, aerial spray, and backpack spray, and machine ground application. So with each one of those has a different time period that you can apply them. There's time periods that are better than the others, and then there's that you can apply anytime. But I'm going to talk about the common times.
Hey,
So with the
Justin,
hack and squirt, yes.
we're not seeing your slides, by the way.
Oh, snap. Okay. Let me see.
Thank you.
It's not seeing them. Oh, okay. Found it. All right. I missed a step. I appreciate you.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. So with your hack and squirt, let me hide that. With your hack and squirt, it's usually applied during the summer and fall. The reason being is you want the tree to take the chemical and bring it into its roots, not just keep it above the roots. With the hack and squirt, you can remove specific trees with a single tree application. So in other words, you can walk through your woods, and if you want to get rid of the sweet gum in your property, you can select out each one of those and apply the herbicide to it. Now, be careful. In some soils, it could spread to the trees nearby that the roots are in the same area. But for the most part, you're just going to kill the trees that you hack and squirt. As the name applies, you're going to make a cut into the tree and take a spray bottle with a herbicide mix, and you're going to make one squirt into it. And how many hacks and how many squirts are all dependent on the size of the tree. So read your label on that and make your applications pertaining to that chemical label or the herbicide label. For the most part, it's ineffective to cedars. As technology improves, I'm sure there may be some that are effective towards cedars. I'm not familiar with them right now, but that's not out there. But for the most part, from what I've seen, they're not very effective for our cedar trees. Also, it's kind of a slow reaction. Sometimes it'll take a while. You may see the results in 30 days, and sometimes you may see results in 6 to 12 months. So it's not, you won't see your effects right away. Another application type is your aerial spray. It's usually conducted by airplanes or helicopters, and now drones are beginning to start being used for that, which is kind of a cool opportunity because the airplanes and helicopters, they can apply to a larger area. A drone can get to your smaller, secluded areas. Your aerial sprays are going to be less labor intensive because usually it's using a pilot and somebody supplying the chemical in the water. If you're going to do an aerial spray for your property, you need to try to time that with nearby applications. If you need your property sprayed, you need to contact your contractors as early as you can to make sure that, hey, I need to get this property sprayed, and that way they can time it with where they're already doing sprays in the area. And usually that makes it a little bit cheaper. Most of the time, your aerial sprays are going to be conducted during the growing season while the trees are out there. Aerial sprays are going to be a broadcast, so they're going to cover a larger area instead of just a single tree or a band. So for your release, it's commonly a release as far as if you have pine trees and you're wanting to get rid of the hardwoods. Sometimes, a lot of times that's done in the spring, but it can be in the summer. And then for site preparation, a lot of folks like to apply that in the summer and early fall around here in my part of the state. Your backpack spray. These sprayers are relatively cheap and a lot of the applications. I looked them up this morning, and you can buy one of these sprayers from anywhere from $80 for a pump up sprayer to $220 for one that has a battery, so you don't have to pump. But they're pretty easy to use. So with the applications with that, you can use a backpack sprayer to spray an entire area, so a broadcast, and you can also use that backpack sprayer for band sprays. By band, I'm talking about on either side of a rip or a planted line of trees is a band. Usually that's 1 or 2 feet on either side. So that just knocks down the grass and herbaceous so that it doesn't compete with the new seedlings. You can also even use a backpack sprayer for single stem applications. If you've got shorter invasives that You want to spray the tops of them, spray the foliage. If they're short enough, you can always spray them that way. And you can use it for doing an application called a basal spray, where you spray it on the base of the tree and it kills the tree. Backpack sprayers can be very labor intensive. I've actually sprayed a area myself with the backpack sprayer, and that was a lot of work in the summer in the Arkansas humidity. And unfortunately, where I was spraying, there was no shade, so they can be a little bit rough to do. And remember, you're carrying a sprayer that's holding 3 to 4 pounds of water, so you're looking at quite a bit of weight to carry around. Like I said before, it's great for small areas. And the timing of using a backpack sprayer for an application is based on objectives of your stand and the chemicals you're using. Another type is the machine ground application. Usually those can be applied using anything as small as a small ATV to a large dozer. It's usually limited by access, because if you think about it, you're on the ground with a piece of equipment. If the ground's wet or hard to get to, it may be hard to get that piece of equipment into there. Whenever it's wet, it's kind of like soil. If it's a muddy site, you're going to be limited on that. Most of the machine ground applications I see are done through farmers and such that already have these spray rigs for applying to their pastures for broadleaf control and such. And a lot of those, they'll do it themselves, because if it's only going to cost them the chemical and they have the means to do it, why not? Also with this, the timing depends on chemicals and objectives. So some other herbicide resources for that. First one is read your herbicide label. If you don't apply it based off the label instructions, it could potentially be illegal. Now, most of the time, you're not going to get in trouble for it unless something bad happens, but I do not recommend applying it in any other form than its label. And it's only approved for certain states. So if a herbicide is approved for Arkansas for forestry use, it may not be approved for Texas and vice versa. So keep that in mind and make sure to check on that whenever you go to purchase it. One resource that I've used for years, and it's been around for a while, is the Arkansas University of Arkansas Extension's MP44 publication. Pretty handy publication. And another great one is one that Mr. Taylor referred to a while ago, is the herbicide DSS, which there's a link to it right there that you can get online. And what's cool about that is you can get on there and you can select what kind of trees you're growing for. You can select what the property looks like. What kind? Is it a pasture? Is it cut over? What kind of application you're going to do. You can even select the hard to control trees and bushes that are in there, and it'll give you a recommendation that gives you the chemical, the mixture, when to apply it, how much to apply, and it's got a lot of good resources, and I highly recommend using that. And that Texas and Arkansas collaborated on that, and they did a great job on it. Another practice that you may want to do for your property is ripping and bedding. If you look at the upper picture, that's an actual bedding operation going on. That is something that generally is done in wet areas. They'll bed up ground to plant trees in to kind of get the roots out of the water during the first growing season. While it tends to work, the NRCS will not cost share on that in Arkansas, because their theory is if you're going to plant a tree that does not belong, if it's too wet a tree, you need to plant a different kind of tree. And I agree with that. It's too risky, and it could end up being a waste of your money. On the bottom here is a picture of a ripper. The ripper, if you see right there, it's got a cutter and it's got two ripping teeth, dragging hooks. So basically what that does is it's another name for it is a subsoiler. It goes along and it breaks up the hard pan that's down there, and that helps the tree's roots to be able to grow down through the hard pan to get water and nutrients. I just pretty much went over the why. So the limitations for ripping and bedding. Soil moisture. If it's too wet, it's going to be hard to rip through the mud. And also, after you rip, if you have too little rain, that crack or that cut there won't fill in with fine soil. So it's going to be harder for the trees to get established. Usually rippings, especially in this area, it's completed in the late fall and early summer. That way it has plenty of time for the cracks, the rips to fill in with fine soil to plant the trees into. All right, with your planting, I'm going to talk about seedling types. I'm going to talk about tools for planting the seedlings and the contractors. So the seedling types, on the left right there in that picture, you've got the bare root, and on the right, you have the containerized. So with the bare root, generally the bare root seedlings are cheaper, and with the containerized, they're more expensive. Usually with your bare root in our part of the state, in western Arkansas, we plant between December to mid-March. With the containerized, your planting in the winter and late fall is limited only by drought and freezing weather. You don't want to plant it in the middle of summer because you want it to be able to have that full growing season before the cold, but they're a lot more forgiving about when you plant. With the bare roots, they're easier to ship and they're easier to handle. With the containerized, they're harder to ship and handle because one reason is they take up more space. Bare root generally has a little bit less survival, especially in times that there may be too much rain or too little rain, a drought. Containerized will generally have better survival. One of those reasons that the containerized is better than the bare root is because it has the soil there. There's less damage to those fine roots of the tree, and those fine roots are important for your nutrient uptake. With containerized, we've seen times where it may even shorten their. So if you plant a bare root and a containerized side by side, sometimes that containerized, instead of getting your first thinning at 12 years in an optimum site, with a bare root, you'll get it in 11 years with a containerized. That's not always the case, but it helps. So with these, sometimes you've got to use different tools. With the bare roots, you're going to use something called a hodad, which the gentleman on the right is using there. Use it kind of like a pickaxe, or a standard dibble bar, which is that in the middle. With the containerized, you're going to have to use more of a specialized dibble bar like that on the right. That's more of a cylinder spike to make that hole. It's just like planting a tomato. You're going to make a hole, you're going to put the tree in there, and you're going to push the dirt up around it. So with these planting, you're going to need to hire a contractor. If you're looking for a contractor, you're planting, they need to know in plenty of time. One of those reasons for letting them know in plenty of time is a lot of planters have migrant workers who have to get their work visas. So with that, they need to know about what counties they're going to work in, and they need to know how many guys they need to hire. So they've got to get all that paperwork in early. So the more work they know about, the better it is for them. With that, they can also organize their routes and work areas. Just like with loggers, they don't want to travel very far to do a small job. So if they're traveling short distances for the jobs, the better it is for you and the better it is for them. They're also going to need to coordinate with seedling coolers for pickup dates. Like with us, we have a cooler in our district that the planters or the landowners will let us know, hey, the planters are planning on planting around this date, and we can kind of organize and schedule when those trees will come in so that the trees aren't sitting in our cooler all planting season drying out, and they'll have healthy, fresh trees that are great for planting. Also, your contractors may be limited on employees. If they don't have enough employees to do the job, they're not going to do the job. So you need to get a contractor lined up early. As soon as you know you're planning, I would start lining up all your contractors for everything, site prep and planting. So with your thinning, you're going to need to consider what are your markets. You're also going to look at your average soil moisture. If you've got a really wet site, they're going to be less likely to be able to harvest timber off your site in the wintertime. So you might want to keep that in mind whenever you go to market your timber or sell your timber. If it's uphill, on a hill, dry site, that's a good one for that. Loggers may be willing to pay a little bit more to be able to thin it in the wintertime whenever it's dry, because everywhere else will be wet. What about your hunting leases? Several landowners will lease out their property for hunting. Those hunters tend to get a little irritated if there's a logging operation going on in the middle of deer season. Also, make sure you use contracts with thinning. Contracts that say when they're going to thin, how much they're paying, things like rutting, fences, neighbors, access. You want all that covered in your contract. So make sure you have those figured out and signed in plenty of time. Also, it's going to take some time for them to collect bids and offers. And one important thing that I try to say as much as I can, make sure you get your property surveyed and the boundaries marked before thinning. Keeping good neighbors always helps. And if your neighbor's irritated at you, it's going to be more trouble for you in the future. Timber inventory, that's something that's important to do. Generally, a lot of people like to do an inventory before harvest, and some of them like to do one after their harvest to know what was there before and what was removed and where they need to go from there. You can use these timber inventories for decision making, and most employees, me included, prefer doing these inventories, these cruises in cool temps. There's a whole lot less varmints out there, ticks and snakes and things like that. Your grass and herbaceous establishment. So if you're going to plant grass in your food plots, grass in your understory, if you're doing a silvopasture type setup, you're going to need to consider your soil moisture with your planting of your grass. If it's too dry, it may be a waste of your money. If it's too wet, your seed may wash off. Also, you need to consider your air and your soil temperature. That way, you know it's at an optimal time for them to germinate. What kind of grass you're planting. Is it cool season or is it warm season? Also, you need to consider your site preparation before you plant the grass. Look at what herbicide may be needed or if you need to till it. So with assistance for all this is another important thing about timing what you're doing. If you plan to do cost share, you need to get in contact with your USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service early. You also may need to contact wildlife organizations. Some of them have grants or programs to help you with planting certain grasses, thinning to a certain amount. Also, sometimes there's local organizations. If there's a watershed area that they want to protect, sometimes they'll do stuff with you on that. So check into all these. And then there's incentives. In Arkansas, we've got the Southern Pine Beetle Restoration and Prevention Program, which works with landowners for their first thinning of pines. If you qualify for that and the money's available, I recommend doing something like that. Also, there's the Conservation Stewardship Program through the USDA that gives you a little incentive for doing these conservation activities, and it'll help give you more of a reason to own the property if you're paying for the activities and being able to enjoy the property. And then there's other conservation easements that you could get for your property. And don't forget that there's loans. Certain programs, certain grants may have loans available for you. With your scheduling aids. So one thing that I recommend is having a management plan. And in most management plan, there's going to be a schedule. If you can, take that management plan, look through it every now and then, look at the schedule to try to remind you when you need to do activities. Also, using a professional forester that looks at your property to help you know when to do certain things is always a plus. Keep notes on a calendar. As long as you're not like me and have kids that'll pull the calendar down and draw over it, a calendar is a good thing to have. So make notes on a calendar. There's also a program called My Land Plan that it's been about a year since I looked at it, but they had a lot of good information on there that you can use to help you with scheduling. So in conclusion, first thing you need to do is create a plan for your property. Use professionals to help you with that and secure your contractors as soon as possible. Also, develop a system of reminders to help you manage your property. Kind of blew through that pretty quick. If you've got a way, take a screenshot of this, contact information, and I can share
Got
that.
2 minutes.
All right. Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
and remember, your land is your legacy. Your land, if you're preserving it and managing it to the maximum right now, you're going to be able to pass down a healthy forest, a healthy property to your heirs, to your kids, and that way they can enjoy it just as much as you did or your ancestors did before you. Okay, now, do we have time for questions? I tried to give
Yes.
time.
Okay, I have 2 questions. One
Okay.
is, how often should you cut timber?
The thing with cutting timber is it depends. Whenever I say that, it's all dependent on the health of the stand. If your timber is planted thick, you may need to thin it more often, may need to thin it early. If the timber is planted to a wider spacing, it may not need to be thinned as often. So it all depends. If a stand is planted, at a decent spacing, I think the first thinning after being planted 12 to 15 years, and look at it every 5 to 10 years after that, and look to see if it may need to be thinned. And I'm referring to pine trees. When we're talking to hardwoods, it may be different depending on the property and depending on the type of trees you have planted. So, and Joey, I think, said the same thing. And I was also going to make note, Mr. Taylor was talking about it a while ago. I am actually recommending to a lot of to plant their pines at a larger spacing, because pine pulpwood is not bringing a very high price right now per ton. And so if you get to that sawlog faster, the better it is for you. And that sawlog price is usually a lot higher than a pulpwood price per ton.
Okay, one more question. I know we are talking about trees, but do you know of Hacking Square works on invasive bamboo?
Ooh, that's a good question. I honestly couldn't tell you if it would work on bamboo. Bamboo is actually in the grass family, so it may not. That would be more of a question to somebody like Mr. Taylor that's worked with herbicide more. I can definitely look it up. If y'all will shoot me the contact information, I can always consult somebody who may know or look it up.
Okay, and can you tell us about the pollinator program?
Honestly, couldn't tell you much about the pollinator program. I know that there is cost share funding through the NRCS, and also I think the Arkansas Game and Fish has something with pollinators, but I haven't dealt with them personally with that program. But there is money out there to help you establish them, and I would honestly talk to your extension agent more about that, or your NRCS, local NRCS district conservationist. They could help you far more than I could in that area.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Mallet.
Thank y'all.
Providing us with that. I'm sorry, I'm just tongue-tied. Okay, for providing us with that informative information. We appreciate you. And Let me recognize some of the the timber industry out there. Mr. Chester Fort, the Vice President of U.S. Lumber Operation with West Fraser, have joined us. And Mr. Joey Wallace, Forester with Dumtar Paper Mills. And then we also have Mr. Amadou Diop with Outreach Liaison with the U.S. Forest Service. And we want to thank you for joining us. It's 2:00 and we promised you a break. So at this juncture, we will take a break. And if you can, and if you have a chance, please stay around for our informative video. Thank you.
In the summer of 1936, President Roosevelt took a 4,000-mile whistle-stop tour across the Midwest and Northern Plains to see for himself the extent of the nation's agricultural crisis.
My friends, I have been on a journey of husbandry. I talked with families who had lost their wheat crop, lost their corn crop, lost their livestock, lost the water in their well, and come through to the end of the summer without $1 of cash resources, facing the winter without feed or food, facing a planting season.
At the same time, Hugh Bennett, the head of the Soil Conservation Service, was on his own fact-finding tour with a committee of experts, expected to make a report to FDR on the future of the Great Plains. Bennett's first stop was Dalhart, where Howard Finnell was making headway with the farmers he was trying to convert. Earlier in the year, Finnell had petitioned Secretary of Agriculture Henry Wallace for $2 million in emergency funds to offer incentives of 20 cents an acre for those who would try his method of contour plowing on their own land. Nearly 40,000 farmers had signed up and gone to work on 5.5 million acres.
The only program that was out there that was effective was this one. And Finnell was the point man to try to make it work among these farmers who had still not admitted that it was their fault. Farmers who basically said, this is all nature's doing, leave us alone, the rains will come back and we will be back in business.
Bennett and his committee moved on with their tour, planning to meet up with the president in North Dakota and give him their findings. The final report estimated that 80% of the Great Plains was in some stage of erosion and pointed to what Bennett called the basic cause of the problem, an attempt to impose upon the region a system of agriculture to which the plains are not adapted. But it concluded, the nation cannot afford to let the farmer fail. His boss was not about to let that happen.
Back east, there have been all kinds of reports. But out in the drought area, there was despondency, a lack of hope for the future, and a general atmosphere of gloom. But I had a hunch, and it was the right one. When I got out here, I'd find that you people had your chins out. That you are not looking forward to the day when this country would be depopulated, but that you and your children expect to remain here.
To us, he was a savior. He just he gave us hope where we had none. I can remember of my dad saying that he normally didn't vote Democrat, but he thought he would that time, and I think he became a staunch Democrat after that.
No cracked earth, no blistering sun, no burning wind are a permanent match for the indomitable American farmers and stockmen and their wives and children carried on through desperate days.
Here's a land that God himself seems to have given up on.
I shall never forget the fields of wheat.
And the fact that the president still gave it his attention. So that was a very big deal at a time when they felt so abandoned. And you can't understate the importance of just giving it some attention.
It was their father's task to make homes. It is their task to keep these homes. And it is our task to help them win their fight.
Within President Roosevelt's inner circle of advisors, there was no consensus on what to do about the crisis. Henry Wallace, the Secretary of Agriculture, thought new policies could keep farmers on their land. But Interior Secretary Harold Ickes questioned whether any attempt should be made to save the Dust Bowl.
And it was a character struggle within the administration in the same way it was a character struggle out on the prairie itself. And Ickes says in his diary, let's just get out. Let's pull out. Mr. President, it's not worth the effort. Why should we try to save the people or the land? I mean, let it re-wild. Let's not fool these people into thinking they can stay there. Perhaps settlement was a mistake.
Another New Deal program, the Resettlement Administration, was already providing farmers on the most marginal lands with loans to encourage them to move somewhere else, taking their land out of production.
It was homesteading in reverse. And it's very controversial because, first of all, it was an acknowledgement that we'd failed. Perhaps they were right when Stephen Long said in 1820 that this is a land, quote, wholly uninhabitable by a people who are dependent on agriculture.
But the president refused to go that far.
Remember, Roosevelt, by his nature, in his character, was an optimist. He didn't want to be known as the only president who gave up a big section of land on his watch. He thought he could save both the land and the people, and they felt a similar attachment to him.
Roosevelt turned to Hugh Hammond Bennett, a straight-talking North Carolinian, to create a new Soil Conservation Service, an agency whose job it was to study better agricultural practices and teach them to the nation's farmers.
We Americans have been the greatest destroyers of land of any race or people, barbaric or civilized. Unless the immediate steps are taken to restore these sun-scorched, wind-eroded lands, we shall have on our hands a new man-made Sahara, where formerly was rich grazing land.
Hugh Bennett was this tall, big-armed, flap-eared, funny, jovial doctor of dirt. Nobody knew more about soil in the United States than Hugh Bennett. So when Roosevelt gave him the job of trying to save the land, he was arguably the perfect man for it.
For the agency's largest and hardest hit region, the nearly 100 million acres of the Southern Plains, Bennett knew just the man for the job. Howard Fennell was a soil scientist who had been running the Agricultural Experiment Station in Goodwell, Oklahoma, about 25 miles south of Caroline Henderson's homestead. Fennell had pioneered new techniques to double the odds of a good crop by capturing as much moisture as possible, using terraces and plowing along the land's contour to minimize runoff, planting different types of crops, and using the old-fashioned plow called a lister to make deeper rows rather than employing the more popular one-way plow that pulverized the soil. Hugh Bennett sent Fennell to Dalhart, Texas, where he set up Operation Dust Bowl to prove to skeptical farmers that his new techniques were worth following.
Okay, welcome back. My name is Belinda Bell. I'm still your moderator. And so our next speaker will talk about the roles, the responsibility, and of a forester and a forestry consultant. He is a consultant forester and a registered forester and a USDA-NRCS technical service provider in 3 southern states. Let us welcome Sam Cook.
So good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as noted, my name is Sam Cook. I'm also working here at NC State as a forester in the College of Natural Resources, where I serve as the Executive Director of Forest Assets and also the Vice President of our Natural Resources Foundation. I'm spending some time speaking to you today because, one, I was asked to do so, but most importantly, I enjoy working with the small private landowners, especially the ones in the minority sector, finding ways to help them really take advantage of what is offered to them in this whole forestry and natural resource space. I'm a recipient of a landowner growing up in Alabama. My father owned land and he passed it down to our sisters, and there's 7 of us in the family with 4 still living. And so we actually still manage our property, make income off of it, and we use, like I'm stating in this process, in this project, consultants to help do that. I didn't want to come to the table and talk about what you need to do somewhat to sell timber, but I wanted to at least share with you the roles and responsibilities of individuals that are out there in this space, because as I operate as a registered forester and a technical service provider for USDA, I want to make sure I share some things that are common to you that you should be using to help facilitate the landowner objectives that you need to carry out. It's great to speak behind Dr. Taylor and Justin, because both of them gave good information on what to do and what you should be doing as it relates to your land being managed. Most importantly, I like Justin's tail end, trying to get the professionals to ensure that they help you facilitate what you want to do. Today's talk will be about the procurement system, which is the whole supply chain, how wood is moved, how we use consultants to help you do that. It's a 2-sided coin based on the fact that both roles are different, but they're necessary to help facilitate land management and selling wood in this particular space. We'll share with you the qualifications to be a consultant and the services and benefits that they can provide to you as a landowner. I want to talk to you a little bit about how landowners select a consultant, the opportunities in consulting, and some challenges in consultant responsibilities. The forest landowners being the clients as it relates to not only where I have North Carolina, but most of you are living and working out of Texas. But as you look at this landowner space across the Southeast, we look at Region 8 as what we call the South under the Forest Service metrics, which is from Virginia to Texas. So a little bit of everything that I'm talking about would relate to the Southern landowner as it relates to them owning land. You see here, I have roles of NCFA, which that's the North Carolina Forestry Association, because I work here in NC, and I use this talk to work with my class that I teach on consulting forestry. But you'll be looking at the opportunity, what the Texas Forest Service can do for you and the Texas Forestry Association can do for you, and all the other state and federal environmental agencies and rules and regulations that impact your work in forestry and the success of a consultant. So as we look at the supply chain, you have the procurement side of the system, which is mainly the log, which the individual mills, they're cheaply and consistently. They have tech sometimes working with you in the field. They can buy directly from you. They're very allegiant to the employee because their job is to buy wood. The reason I can say that, I ran the wood procurement system for International Paper Company for 15 years. I also worked inside a sawmill for 3 years of that 15 years. And I was sitting there selling and buying and selling wood. Then I went inside the mill and I was responsible for buying the wood and putting the fiber, selling it outside and making lumber. They're skilled, they're professionals, usually come from a 4-year accredited university working in forestry. And their goal working for the paper mill or any mill is to never run out of wood. The role of the consultant forester is they sell at market price. So they're out there in the marketplace every day looking to buy wood, and sometimes at the cheapest price, and to give you a fair market price in order for them to make their money. So I always tell my landowners, a consultant is going to help you do the best for you on your land if you hire the right one, because their ultimate goal, the more they make for you, the more they make in their percentage to help manage that going forward. They're going to be very allegiant to you as an individual landowner. They are skilled, they're very professional, and they have reputations that they have to consider to make sure that management is in his or her business billboard, because most people hire consultants on word of mouth. They don't just look on the phone or in the phone book or go on Google and say, let me find a consultant. They tend to look around and talk to people who've used a consultant or talk to one of the agencies I just mentioned to say, who would you recommend? Most times the state and other agencies can't give you a name, but they can refer you to others or a group of people that you can consistently look upon, that they've trusted and they work with, or they had other landowners to talk about the work that they've done for them. So the qualifications, they must be a registered forester. Most should have a 4-year professional degree, and they should have passed the forestry exam by state. Most of all our estates require a consultant to be a registered forester to actually manage and practice. I'm not sure of the law of the state of Texas, but it's something to find out. They have an affidavit that they sign, and it's to stop them having a conflict of interest. They're there to represent you. Also, most of our consultants go through what they have is associations of consultant foresters. There's a membership group. It's full-time. They work and train, and they're constantly conferencing and meeting and learning what's required of each other in the state that they represent. Some of them are certified foresters under the Society of American Foresters, or they're actually registered within the state they operate in, and they can be registered in multiple states, such as myself. I'm in North and South Carolina. They are constantly trained, because in order for us to hold our license and retain it, we're required to get X number of consultant forestry, certified forestry CFEs requirements. And it's a rigorous membership requirements that we are committed to excellence. We should adhere to all the Association of Consultant Foresters, strict code of ethics, because like I stated earlier, we want to make sure that our name stays whole. Most people, and I heard Justin talk a little bit about this, the hard work. We tend to have to work year round, so we can't pick and choose when we want to go in the woods, because the work is outdoors, full of bugs, snakes, and sweat, but we shouldn't be afraid of hard work. Look at myself. I've been in this business for over 40 years, and I started on the ground floor, working directly with landowners, helping them to see what it means to manage their land. I worked for the private sector, and the point of I was out there buying wood for our mills, working directly with our customers and ensuring that we bring the best product to the table at the best price. So most of the consultants offer these array of services, which is the forest management planning and mapping. I heard Justin and a few others talk about this earlier. Reforestation services, which is typically helping you to get trees planted back in the ground, with all the services and activities that come along with that to ensure that you get a good crop of trees growing. They make recommendations on the type trees. They make recommendations on spacing. They consider what mills are in your area based on what I heard. I think it was Dr. Taylor talk about learning where the mills are. No reason to plant something that you can't sell unless you just want to look at it for beautification or habitat. They talk to you about improving your stands, so they have help you identify the right people to go in and do that, or the equipment. They appraise the timber, which is actually going out and assessing what it's growing and putting a market price on it. They work with the buyers, which are most times the mills, to get prices from them, and then they run up that appraisal, and that's when they come back to you to either tell you this is what they'll pay you for the wood, for the stand itself, or all the stands associated with the tract. But most importantly, work out the type sale agreement between you and the seller. There's a marketing and volume estimation, which is part of the cruising, as you'll hear us say, is not cruising, taking a vehicle and going to the woods. It's actually an individual as a forester working to actually get an assessment of what's growing in the volume and making sure they work up prices. They prepare the timber sale, the contracts, and the administration of the sale. They look for all the logging and the engineering side of it, which is the pre-harvest and planning. They do an assessment for forest protections, because you want to ensure that you protect your land for insects, disease, and fire, which can be hazardous to your property. And they also will look at land that they can look at prescribed burning. Some other services that most people may not think about, but in certain cases, especially over in our western states of North Carolina, There's Christmas tree management. We have environmental impact statements. So a lot of our consultants wear two hats, their environmental hat versus the forestry hat, and they try to marry those together. And typically they do very good work. And we have a forest recreation management, taxation. Most landowners don't know or realize that they have to pay taxes on what they sell, or they have to keep track of things over a certain period of time. So that is important for you to work with your consultant to help you facilitate what you do once you receive a check for the value of your timber. The utilization, they're there to ensure that the track cuts out based on what they cruise it at, and also help ensure you get the money. If you don't get the money up front, there may be a pay as cut. So they're going to try to work with you on the volume. So you're getting paid for whatever load's coming off the land. Heard some people talk about herbicide recommendations and applications. I do have a funny story. Anyone that planted bamboo, I don't think there's anything out there that can control it. But if you find something, please let me know. They do surveying, wetland delineations, forest wildlife management, urban forestry, and they also help prepare stewardship plans. Most of the stewardship planning is done by the Forest Service, and so they would work hand in hand with them, and they can also help write those plans. So there's some benefits of working with a consultant. You get peace of mind because you're not out there having to deal with this every day. Loads of wood coming off your land, or thinking about someone stealing your timber, along the fact that they will help facilitate leaving the land in a way that you don't have to pay as much. We try to keep you from paying as much money to put more trees in the ground on the reforestation side. They're going to be familiar with all the ordinances, anything that would impact you from actually going out and selling the timber, or making sure that the logger follows the rules as it relates to BMPs, best management practices. They're going to be there to check on the sale at all times. They're going to be watching for anybody that may be trying to seize your property based on different other activities, or cutting over on another property's boundaries that is adjacent to yours. They know all the silvicultural work and intentions and documentation, so it's part of your management planning, and they'll also include that in forest harvesting in the planning state. They're neutral, third-party oversight for you and your family. They also find buyers to help work for low-value tracts in need of renovation, because not all tracts have good volume, so they can help facilitate if you have a small tract and they have a large tract and they're nearby. They can possibly work together to ensure that they get both tracts cut at the same time and you receive the value for what you need. They do a thorough review and discussions of all the strategies up front to you as a client. They provide as many resources and options to you as a client. Like I stated earlier, they're there to help offer tax advice or recommendations on who you need to talk to. They market savvy, because I mentioned to you earlier, I own land in Alabama. I wear a hat as a consultant. I could go to Alabama and sell my own timber, but I choose not to, because I'm not there working the marketplace. So these individuals that I hire as a consultant in Alabama, that's their job, is they get up every day to do it. And so they bring the best offers to me in order to make what informed decision as to whether or not it's the right call I want to make. They can also work with you in conservation easements. A lot of our conservation groups out there, they use consultants to help them assess what's out there on the land and to ensure that they get a forest management plan so they can add into the easement document in itself. So think about this as you're hiring a consultant. Look for their certifications and credentials. You want to know if they're in a membership such as the Associations of Consulting Foresters. You want to make sure if they're registered as a forester, they should be able to tell you their license number, or as a certified forester, they should be able to demonstrate that to you. The main thing you want them to bring professionalism and commitment. And because in this field, all the consultants that I've known that I've worked with in the past, they've been well respected, but they ensure they represent you to the best of their ability to ensure that they do the right thing for you as the client. They should have insurance with a good business rating. You should also ask for reference in case you don't know anybody. Go back to your Forest Service or state agencies and see if they have anyone to recommend. Talk to their former clients. You also want to look for their experience. pretty hard to take on a consultant who just got out of school and said, I got my consultant hat on, because one, they don't have a reputation. They may be good at it, but they only have the education. But you want to at least give them a try if you feel comfortable with them. Always try to interview 2 to 3 people to make the call on who you want to hire first. The first consult typically is free. I know some of that is getting to be in the past because it's hard for people to continue to make trips and not be hired as a consultant. But most times, if you call on a consultant, they'll try to consult with you on the first one to ensure that they give you all the advice to offer them back to you as a client, to get you as a client. And you want a contract, and you want to make sure you know what it costs for them to do the work for you. So make sure you ask those 2 questions at the beginning when you get on the phone. What is your cost structure, and do you have a contract? They work with private landowners. They do work with developers. They work in the corporate side with the TMOs and some of the large landholders, such as there are certain companies still out there that own land, such as the warehouser groups. There may be other companies such as Domitar, heard that name reference here. Some of these landowners, they may have land that these consultants will be working with because they're in charge of selling timber or helping to buy timber. They can come to you and help represent you as a whole. So if you know any groups that are corporate, consultants do a lot of work for them, and some of those corporate groups can refer a good consultant to you. They do quite a bit of work in the public space with the agencies, i.e. with USDA or other people within the Forest Service. A lot of land trusts use them. Another group's called the retirement systems, like Campbell Global, managing land for large landholders. And so as you see these particular opportunities or people working in that space, they are good reference for you as a landowner to say, if I know someone from one of these 3 groups, can they offer up a recommendation that would help me manage my land going forward? So there's challenges that come with this business. The timing. Most people call and they say, I want my timber cut today. It may not be the right time. It may be too wet, or you may not have a mill that's purchasing at this time. The mills may be closed. There's lots of issues that come into the fact that labor right now is a problem. A lot of our loggers are having trouble getting truckers. And so there's a shortage on wood moving. Best thing that I'm seeing here in just North and South Carolina, wood is moving very well, but the lack of loggers and labor is hurting them, and sales are up on selling wood. So we don't have the declining stumpage price right now. So we have a good stumpage rate that says if people have land and they got timber on that land, this is the time for them to be selling. The client, you're responsible. You should be fiduciary about what you're selling. The consultant should always practice legal and ethical behavior. And you want someone that's going to be safe with you and the contractors that are used on your property. And like I stated earlier, you want them to represent you. So this map is about North Carolina, but look at the pie chart. It says 82.98% is owned by private landowners. That's just individual landowners who we here talking about, family lands. Another 11% is right there with the federal, and the state takes care about 5.9%. Now, this is sort of representative all across the South. And what we want you to realize that the private landowner is very important to the manufacturing side of the business, the mills that are out there making products from the wood that we provide. So we want to make sure that we provide the right advice and guidance to landowner that's growing this type wood, because we are here to help the facility survive, but we're also here to help you as a landowner make a return on what you're growing. Like I mentioned to a lot of people, and especially the clients I work with, there's no reason to plant something if you're not going to find a way to make $1 out of it. So think about what you're planting, where you're planting it, and who can purchase it in any activity, in any particular activity you want to do. So this is landowners across the Southeast. As you can see, Texas is 56,945 acres and representing about 344 what we call number of ownerships. And over here, we talk about all ownerships, where Texas is 61.7. And you look across again, the families is 500, is 42,000 acres, represent about 12,000 average of 457 in the thousand. So there's a lot of land across the South, acre wise, a lot of family land ownerships, and this is all in the thousands. So you as a landowner may not know all of this, and some of the people may not realize that these agencies are out there for you. So here we call it the North Carolina Forestry Association. You would change that to be the Texas Forestry Association. Next, where it says the North Carolina Forest Service, that would be the Texas A&M Forest Service. And they're offering up the many suites of things that you see on this particular sheet. Ways to consider this is all of these agencies can help you from management planning to offering up programs that deals with education, that deals with marketing. There's anything you want to know about what you can do on your land. All these agencies are here to help and represent you. Forest Service from the federal side with the state and private forestry, they do research. They offer technical advice to you, but they also work with the local Forest Service to help them bring either dollars to the state level or other forestry programs to the state level, and to help with stewardship planning. You have a cooperative extension, one in Texas, and you probably have one for your land grant universities as well. They have a role of working with you with forestry, farming, urban, pesticide and nutrient training. They provide a lot of education to landowners. So make sure if you need to learn anything or you have a question about anything, reach out to your local extension agent. If they don't know it, they will be able to provide you with that advice or refer you to someone that can help you go forward. Now, what I consider as one important representative for you, and I noticed they're on the program later, is the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service. You need to know about them and the Farm Service Agency. They work sort of hand in hand, because you'll need a farm and tract number if you're going to get any representation of use any programs from NRCS, because they do conservation planning, they provide technical assistance and consultation, and they help with implementation and the inventory side. But they also provide dollars for you on financial assistance to help you practice good conservation on your land. We have a board of registration for foresters here in North Carolina. I think you have one in Texas. They help maintain the forestry registration, and they have the requirements of CFEs, and they ensure that ethics and testing is carried out, but they are regulatory, compliance, complaint, and resolution. So they do all these things to help you feel comfortable that a consultant is going to be helping on behalf of you. And we mentioned the Association of Consultant Foresters earlier. They need to know the laws. They deal in the Clean Water Act, BMPs, which is best management practices as it relates to water quality. They know things are on forest practice, the guidelines associated down to the state, and always, most times, sometimes in the county level. They follow the buffer rules as it relates to forestry in each of the watersheds that you're dealing with. They should know about the Clean Air Act, because you want to make sure if you're doing any burnings that you want to limit smoke and the particulates. And they help you in as they work out fire plans in order to go forward with getting a permit to burn. They know about all the Endangered Species Acts and other harmful things that would impact your land as that relates to managing your land. So consultants, they should be the best consultant ever. They should be true to their word and timely. They should be keeping their promises with you, because there's an increased demand for your services. They should build trust with you, and that way they can leave you with an opportunity for you to refer them to your neighbor, your friend, or someone in the community. Your consultant should also pay attention to detail, which brings big rewards, because missing something could be costly, but also finding something could help bring you more dollars. They should excel in an area of opportunity to work on behalf of your business, and they're working for you when they're working for you. Should have a strong network of other contractors, because they are the resource to find these people to help carry out the activities that need to be done on your property. So they should be professional, the business mindset, and if you make a deal, they should always stick to it. We have an old consultant quote: the more you keep your promises and the more trustworthy you are, the more your services will be in demand, whom you recommend to clients asking for a referral, someone you can trust. And I try to live my life by that. Any questions?
Okay. Let me see, we have, does EPA investigate land owners' concerns?
Speaking of EPA,
Yes.
I don't know that question. I'm sure they could.
Okay. Please add me to your list to receive a copy of Mr. Sam Cook's Selling Timber slide presentation. And that is Grover Gibson.
So I
And I
shared slides with y'all, I think, and you should be able to do that.
Okay, you have another question. How do we get a contract for timber with a mill?
You need to see whoever is the representative for the mill and talk to that individual and determine if they have a need to give you a contract.
Okay, do you have any tips for out-of-state landowners?
Yeah, first start with the Forest Service within that state, and they can help guide you possibly to find a consultant that can represent you.
Okay, and do I have any more questions after?
Looked like I saw a comment about the mill question about getting a contract for a mill, and I believe a person by the name of Yvette was typing that.
Uh-huh. Okay. Let me see, can I find it? Hold on, let me look over here. After today. Where's Mr. Cook contact information? I see that.
Yeah, it was in the Q&A, but
Okay.
but it disappeared quick.
Okay. And could you put it back in there for them?
Someone is asking
Okay,
how are the
so-
fees structured by the consultant? That is an all dependent
Correct.
question answer, because each consultant may have their own fee structure or scale. The old typical way is most consultants will work with you on assessing what you have, making an offer to sell, and then they, as a cut, they will get a percentage, anywhere from 8 to 10% of what they sell for you.
With the timber deed, who should speak? The mill?
Not sure I understand.
I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure. Yes. Can you retype that back into the chat box? I mean, the Q&A? How do we get a contract for a timber with a mill?
How do we get a contract for timber with a mill in order to sell your timber to a mill?
Right.
You would need to speak to the mill representative to determine if they are willing to buy your timber or let you go through someone else.
Okay. Let's go back to Mr. Clarence up there. With the timber deed, I guess he's trying to say with a timber deed with the mill, or if it's more than one person on the deed, who will speak? Who are the decision makers, maybe? I'm not for sure.
I'm not sure, I don't follow. There is a question about, is there a database of minority-owned consultants or forestry and minority landowners? Are there any minority-owned mills?
Okay.
And is there an available list? I don't know of any such list. I can probably tell you as the majority of the minority consultants And there's,
Okay, so the next one is, I might have missed this if it was covered, but what is the responsibility of the landowner when the landowner has a consultant? What does the individual landowner still have to do?
in my opinion, your landowner is always responsible. You hire the consultant to represent you, but you and the consultant should be on the same page. So a
Okay.
consultant is there to help you and educate you on what he or she is going to do for you. And the consultant's also role is to help represent you to get the best value and to make sure that your land is managed to the highest quality.
Do we have any more questions out there? Okay. Well, Mr. Cook, finish up a little bit earlier,
Yep.
but we
Yeah,
want to
questions.
thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Cook, and I appreciate you. And we're gonna go on to our next speaker. And you have already mentioned about getting a farm number, which is what our next speaker will talk about, benefits of obtaining a farm number and tract number from Farm Service Agency, FSA. She is a county executive director for Arkansas County with Arkansas USDA Farm Service Agency. Let's welcome Lori Sloat.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you see the slideshow?
Yes, I can see your slideshow.
Great. All right. It's my pleasure to be here with you. I am the County Executive Director for the Arkansas County Farm Service Agency. I have been with the agency 21 years. I do believe the pamphlet says 19, but it's been 21. Doesn't seem like it, but it has been. As you can see from my bio, I'm also very passionate about outreach, and so it is my pleasure to be with you here today and to be able to explain some of our processes that we have at the Farm Service Agency. I, for one, have been listening today. I've learned a lot, and I do believe that knowledge is power. What is the Farm Service Agency? Well, at FSA, which is what we call it for short, we strive to support the economic stability and sustainability of rural America. To do that, the agency provides farmers, ranchers with financial capital, risk management assistance, and recovery support during times of disasters. Did you know that farming and ranching looks totally different today than it did decades ago? By the year 2050, the world's population is going to be 9.7 billion. So that means that we have to double our food production to be able to feed this growing population. At FSA, we are committed to leveraging advancements in technology to meet the growing needs of America's agriculture. There are several new and upcoming technologies. Farm production and conservation, which is FPAC FSA, is building a geospatial intelligence that takes layers of agricultural data, farm records, weather, disaster events, crops, and things like that, and makes an actionable decision for various consumer-led USDA leaders across the country. There's several other new and upcoming technologies. USDA is working with sustainable indoor growing systems. In addition to growing food, greenhouses have the potential to become a social magnet for the communities by bringing people together for planting and harvesting. So FSA is comprised of two primary program portfolios. We have farm safety net and conservation programs, which is farm programs, and then we have a farm loan program. So we're able to, through the loan program, we have a very diverse portfolio to meet the needs of today's agricultural community, from beginning farmers and ranchers who need access to capital, to purchase land, to start up and equipment for their operations, to established producers who want to expand their operations and take them in different directions even. We've seen a lot of that, not particularly in my county, but in other counties with the growing of hemp and some different biofuels. So some farmers and ranchers are pivoting to different types of crops. And at USDA, we have to pivot with that. Now, today's focus is going to be we're going to talk about new and beginning farmers and ranchers and how to obtain a farm number, and a little bit about air property. And I also have some updates and some resources for you. So let's talk about beginning farmers and ranchers first. Are you new to USDA? New to farming? Well, a lot of times, and I've seen this in my career, people they don't know where to start because it can be overwhelming. But your county office, local county office, should be able to walk you through the whole process. USDA can help, and we do offer additional assistance for beginning farmers and ranchers. We consider anyone that has operated a farm or ranch for less than 10 years to be a beginning farmer and rancher. We can help get you started. We can help you grow your operation in a variety of ways. So your first step, of course, is going to be to contact your USDA service center and make an appointment. Also, you need to consider what's your vision for your farm. What are your challenges? What directions are you wanting to go? What are you wanting to plant? How much money are you wanting to spend and invest? Those are some things that you're going to need to kind of know when you go into the office there. And if you need information in a language other than English, we can also offer that to you as well. You can find our local offices at that website. An easier website is farmers.gov, farmers.gov, and at the top right-hand corner, it'll say service centers. Just press on it and put in your state, and it'll find it for you. Beginning farmer and rancher coordinators. We do have a coordinator. His name is Derek Johnson. What this coordinators do is they can assist in helping you understand the whole process and find the right assistance for you for your farming operation that you're trying to set up. We have coordinators across the country. Whether you're currently farming or you need information, Mr. Johnson's information is right there on the screen. Now, he is Arkansas's coordinator. If you're in a different state, you can contact your county office and they should be able to provide you with the information for your state coordinator. We have specialty farmer groups as well. Historically underserved farmers and ranchers. We offer help for unique concerns for producers who meet USDA's definition of historically underserved, beginning, socially disadvantaged, limited resource, and military veterans. In addition, women in agriculture are helping to pave the way for a better future. And I do see that more and more. I am actually the first woman executive director in my county office. And it was a privilege. It's a privilege to be able to serve. And I see lots of women coming into all different aspects of agriculture nowadays. Urban farmers, and urban agriculture refers to the cultivation, processing, distribution of agricultural products in an urban setting. Community gardens, rooftop farms, hydroponics. We don't have a lot of this in our county. I do believe it is up and coming because the more people want to be more self-sustained, if that makes sense. And therefore, we see a lot. I have seen it in other counties. I was in a different county for 15 years, very diverse as far as crop diversities, fruits and vegetables, things of that nature. So urban farming, it's not just in the field now. We're seeing it throughout the country. Actually, we do have rooftop farming. We have more high tunnel farming, hydroponics, things like that. It's a diverse population, and so we have to be able to expand. You know, these urban farmers expand access to nutritionist foods, and it also fosters community engagement and provides jobs. USDA has been helping more and more farms and gardens in urban centers, which that's what I just said. We have been doing that. We continue to do that. Organic farming. This is another up and coming item that I've seen in the last 3 years become, you know, pretty more significant. If you're an organic farmer, you can apply for the same loans and programs as conventional farmers. You can also apply for USDA to pay for a portion of your organic farmer certification. First, you know, you can contact NRCS there for more assistance if you need help with organic farming. Okay, so we've heard a lot about farm numbers today, a lot about farm numbers. What are they? How do I get one? So let's talk about that. If you have not worked with USDA before, then you have to register your farm with FSA to be eligible for farm programs. In a perfect world, every piece of ground in the county would be assigned a farm number. That is not always the case. Even if it's the wrong farm number and it's under, you know, if it happens to be one big conglomeration of a whole bunch of ownerships, if you bought a piece of that, we would split it out and assign you your own farm number. But unfortunately, there are pieces of ground that do not have a farm number at this time. But it's not a problem. We can assign one for you. So you've got to have a farm number to apply for most all of our programs and for NRCS programs as well, including EQIP. There's no minimum acreage to register as a farm. The first thing you want to do is make an appointment at your FSA office. You're going to need to schedule at least 30 minutes of your time. You need to be prepared to provide your address along with your social security number, or if it's an entity that owns the land, say a partnership, an LLC, or a corporation, then be prepared to also have your IRS SS4 form. And we do ask for that now because it is very important that the name of your entity be spelled exactly in our system as it is on that form, because that's how it's spelled with the IRS system. And your farm parcel will be located, we'll locate it through our GIS system to see if it already has one or if we need to issue it a number. Like I said, not a big deal. You'll need to bring your deeds in with you. If you have a survey, great. That just makes it a whole lot easier to identify the land. But if you don't have a survey, that's okay. As long as you have a recorded deed, then we're good to go on that. I skipped ahead, sorry. If you do not own the land, then you'll need to bring up a lease in to show that you have control of the property. If you also are operating an entity that is going to be seeking benefits, then we do have to have some documentation showing who has the authority to sign for that entity. And when I say entity, I mean partnership or LLC corporation, things of that nature. But the SS4 form, I cannot stress enough why that's important. Here's the major reason why. We'll get to that in just a second. You may need to complete these forms as well. A CCC 941. This reports your average adjusted gross income for programs. Most all of our programs are income restricted. You cannot gross over 900,000 to be and participate in our farms. That 941 form is read by the IRS. That's why your name in our system has to match what's on that form if you're farming with a entity or partnership name. If you're an individual, we need to make sure your name is right there too, because a lot of times, sometimes women hyphenate their name. They keep their maiden name when they get married. It's Smith-Williams. Well, we've got to be sure we put that exactly right in the system or that form gets rejected. And every single program we have requires this form. So we don't want that to happen for sure. We'd like to get it right on the front end, so we don't have to fix it on the back end, because that just makes it longer for you to be able to get your payment. An 80-1026 is a form that ensures conservation plan is in place before any lands with highly erodible soils are farmed. They're identified as wetlands, and the identified wetlands areas are protected, and the conservation compliance provisions are met. The 901 form is the form that we can use to verify who can legally sign for an entity. If you don't have your corporation papers, or you don't have a charter or an LLC set up, you can complete the 901 form and sign it certifying as to whom can sign for that entity. So let's talk about, that's basically it on getting a farm number. It's pretty easy. A deed, your name, your address. And then if you're going to participate in the program, schedule enough time to be able to talk about the programs that you may be qualified for, so that you can do it all in one step. Just be prepared. So now that's about it on farm number. Let's talk about some updates that we have going on and some new program areas. The pandemic assistance for timber harvesters and haulers. This is a program brand new. USDA is providing up to $200 million for relief to timber harvesting and timber hauling businesses that experience losses due to COVID-19. We call it PATH, short for Pandemic Assistance for Timber Harvesters and Haulers, because that's a mouthful to say. It is part of USDA's Pandemic Assistance for Producers. It's an initiative, and it's administered by FSA in partnership with the U.S. Forest Service. Timber harvesting and hauling businesses that experienced a gross revenue loss of 10% during January 1st of 2020 to December 1st of 2020, compared to the same time frame in 19, are eligible to apply. The deadline to apply is October 15th. It is already open. It's ready to go. Timber harvesters and haulers. This is new for us. In my 21 years, I don't know of any program that we have done like this. So I was glad to see some assistance become available during this hard time that a lot of different agricultural producers are experiencing. We have livestock producer, a pandemic assistance for livestock producers for animal losses, for livestock and poultry, for those who had insufficient access to processing due to COVID-19. It's called PLIB, and those payments are based on 80% of the fair market value for the livestock and the poultry, and for the cost of the depopulation and disposal of the animal. You can apply now through September 17th if that is a program that you think you may be qualified for. Coronavirus food assistance program. We've had several rounds of this type of program. Sign up has reopened. It began April the 5th. The deadline is now October 12th. There's price trigger commodities, flat rate commodities, and sales commodities. If you have not applied for CFAP as a row crop farmer or con farmer or any of the other categories, then please call your local office before October 12th and see if you can make an application. Forest management incentive. This one is a very interesting program. It's offering $12 million across that's available for forest landowners enrolled in CRP who want to implement healthy forest management practices. And we heard a lot about those today. You can sign up now for FMI, and it provides incentives for landowners with the CRP to be able to afford proper tree thinning and other practices for the ground. Only producers with active CRP are eligible for this, though. So sign up began January 19th, and this does not include contracts expiring within 2 years. There hasn't been a deadline announced yet. So if you are a current CRP participant who has CRP trees, then you might want to contact your local office to see if this is something that might benefit you. Due to COVID-19, there is a temporary suspension of past due collections and foreclosures for distressed borrowers. That is another. So if you have questions about your loan payments or things of that nature, I would contact my local office and talk to my farm loan officer or manager. There has also been some deadlines that have been extended for producers to respond to servicing action. Again, call your local office. The American Rescue Plan, it includes provisions for USDA to pay up to 120% of loan balances. However, not really going to say a whole lot more about this program because it has a preliminary injunction that halts anything to do with this program at this time. So we're just going to move right on. But if you have specific questions, you can call your local office and talk to your farm loan manager. Did you know that FSA is home to one of the country's largest aerial film libraries? The Aerial Photography Field Office, it has more than 10 million images. AFPO, as we call it, dates back to 1938 and covers most all of the United States and its territories. It houses the most extensive look at America's heartland that we know of, and it's in the imagery vault. Historical aerial images play a vital role in land observation, as we all know that. It's a huge library, as well as historical images across the U.S. The federal government is there; they use them to assist in activities for the census, transportation, and security efforts. Okay, let's talk about some resources because we have a lot of information out there for you. The first one, farmers.gov. That is the new website that launched a couple of years ago and it continually grows. It is a great website full of information for you. To me, it's easier to navigate than the traditional USDA FSA website. It's simply farmers.gov. County committee elections are upon us. Election ballots will be mailed November the 1st. So if you get a ballot in the mail, I urge you to vote. Vote, let your voice be heard. County committees are important. In my view, they are the liaison between the government and the farmer. They're the last leg in between the two. So let your voice be heard and vote. Keep up with what's going on. We have text message alerts. You can sign up easily. All you have to do is sign up with this number, 372-669. And then in the message, you just type in your county. For me, it'd be your state's abbreviation and your county. So it'd be AR Arkansas, all lowercase, all one word, or whatever county office you may be in. That works in the whole entire nation. We won't send out any more than 2 a month. I use it to send out specific deadline information, like, tomorrow's deadline to certify. I mean, the deadline to certify is in 5 days, July 15th. It's simple little text like that.
Okay, Ms. Sullivan, we got 2
Yes.
minutes.
Okay. I'm going to skip this slide. That portal is not working very good. You can always ask a question at ask.usda.gov. That's ask.usda.gov. There's a knowledge base there 24/7. If you can't find your answer, you can leave your question and someone will get back to you. Farmers.gov is the best, it's the easiest way to find your county office. I told you how to do that already. Here is some of our state information. Danny Hoots is our acting state director right now. Miss Rhonda O'Gwen is our outreach coordinator. She was so kind to help put this slideshow together for me and help me out with that. And again, my name is Lori Sloat. I'm glad to help anyone at any time with anything to do with FSA because I want to see you successful. And that's all I have. Do I have any questions? Let me pull that back up where I can see.
No,
Great.
I don't see any questions. I just thought that you would definitely have some questions concerning air property and getting a farm number and tract number, but you don't have any.
Well, I bet
So,
Mr. Rowe did a good job this morning on covering it.
okay. So thank you, Ms. Slope, for that valuable information.
Thank you for
Also, let me ask you a question. Because of the pandemic, how are the customers able to come into the office now? Do they have to make appointments, or how?
Yes,
going?
we actually have been pushing appointments since way before the pandemic, because most everyone, anywhere you go, you're going to have an appointment to go to the doctor or anything like that, because it just makes the workflow better. But most offices in Arkansas are not seeing customers in person. We have a variety of ways. We are still working. We are still answering the phone. We have fax. We have email. We have secure email where we can send signatures, and all you do is click to sign. We have drop boxes. Most of the offices have drop boxes outside so that you can drop off we can leave the item outside for you to pick up, and you can bring it back and put there. That's pretty much how, and as a matter of fact, I do believe every office in the state is doing that right now.
Okay, well, thank you. We appreciate that information that you have given us. And we'll move on to our next speaker. But first, let me recognize Dr. Njui, Assistant Dean of Extension and Outreach with the School of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Human Science at UAPB. Thank you for joining on. Our next two speakers they will tag team and talk about the accessing of NRCS cost share programs. The first speaker is currently the Acting Assistant State Conservationist for Programs with Texas USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS. He is Assistant State Conservationist for Field Operation in San Angelo, Texas. Our second speaker, I'm kind of proud of him because I recruited him for NRCS. He served as the District Conservationist in Augusta, Arkansas. Currently, he is the Conservation Stewardship Program Coordinator with Arkansas USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS. So let's welcome both Claude Ross and Clyde Williams.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Belinda. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the group today. I'm proud to be presenting with my colleague from Arkansas, Mr. Clyde Williams. Today, we're going to be covering quite a bit of what you've already heard with regard to NRCS and conservation planning and programs, which I feel is very good. That means to me that our services, our programs are well known. So I hope that if we were in person, I typically will ask those attending if they have had any experience with NRCS or if they have a conservation plan. I always like to kind of get a show of hands for the audience. But with this today, I appreciate the time to be here. So we'll begin, and Clyde's going to run the slides. So Clyde, if you'll move to the next slide, please. Okay, so first off, I want to talk about just the conservation technical assistance available at NRCS. Several of the speakers today have already kind of talked about just the expertise within NRCS, expertise of consultants, expertise of other state and federal agencies that can provide basically advice and technical assistance. But NRCS technical assistance, like the video that was shown a little bit earlier during the break from the Dust Bowl days, is all about technical assistance. It's all about on the ground, working directly with those who produce crops, who produce livestock, and produce forestry products. Our staff that we have are trained to provide conservation planning technical assistance. We do have access to specialists. So if there is a need for a specialist, whether it be a forester, NRCS does have foresters. We do also have wildlife biologists, as well as agronomists and engineers that can provide assistance when called upon. I always like to talk to our new employees to give them an idea of what they're going to be doing when they come to work for NRCS. And I always describe it as it's almost being like a physician. Their job is to learn to diagnose and to develop some type of corrective action or management plans. And we do that not just online, not just over the internet, but just meeting with landowners, those that use the land on the ground, walking, listening a lot. I encourage all of my new employees when they're learning to do conservation planning is listen, because the ones that you're helping out there, they work the land for years. They know what they've tried, they know what works, and you need to listen and learn. So, and just like with your physician, sometimes we do need to bring in a specialist from time to time, and NRCS has those specialists available to provide assistance as we meet our landowners on the ground and work with them through the process. Next slide, please, Clyde. NRCS has a time-proven process for conservation planning. We like to call it the 9 steps of conservation planning. If you take time to look at this slide, you'll see from the very beginning, we do not offer really any kind of alternatives or ideas until we get, to step 6 or 7. Much of the important work that we do is identifying the resource concerns, identifying the symptoms of the land, what's happening out there, discussing with the client, with the landowner, what their objectives are, whether it's producing timber, whether it's producing livestock, producing a crop, and helping that landowner to produce and meet their production objectives within the capability of the land. Just like with any kind of health plan, it is all directed and trying to focus on the goals of the landowner and the client. Next slide, please, Clyde. And just like Lori spoke just a second ago about getting assistance, same way as it is with FSA. Contact our local service center, farmers.gov. We do work very closely with FSA. She talked about getting a farm number, getting a track number. We use that too. We use the same, much of the same systems, much of the same definitions. So, if in a pandemic-free world, a landowner could come to the NRCS or the USDA Service Center and really meet with FSA and NRCS together, where they would, talk about getting a farm number, getting a track number, visiting with NRCS about conservation planning. But just like Lori said, right now during the pandemic, our offices are pretty much closed to in-person inside meetings. But NRCS is able to get out in the field. We still are able to get out on the land, keeping precautions, keeping social distance, working so to speak across the hood of a pickup, discussing just the goals, the objectives, and perhaps some potential conservation measures that can be put into a conservation plan. And this conservation plan, and like some of the previous speakers mentioned, good planning is good planning. And for us in NRCS, good planning can lead into the financial assistance programs that Clyde's going to talk about here in just a second. All those programs need a solid foundation of good decisions and good plans. And for NRCS, that's our foundation. That's what we have been doing for over 80 85 years almost since the Dust Bowl days, is conservation planning with those who use the land. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Clyde and let him talk a little bit about some of the programs that have already been mentioned this week or today.
All right, thanks, Claude. And I want to echo everything Claude said. Grateful for the opportunity to be here to present over this topic. Seems like everything has been almost leading up to this point today. So many speakers, they touched on some of our cost share of financial assistance programs. So going to go into it and talk about our two main financial assistance programs. So that is the Environmental Quality Incentives Program and the Conservation Stewardship Program, better known as EQIP and CSP. So first, want to talk a little bit about EQIP. Spend most of the time actually talking about EQIP, with it being our flagship program, so to speak. EQIP provides financial and technical assistance to agriculture and forestry producers to address natural resource concerns and deliver environmental benefits such as improved water, air quality, conserved ground and surface water. So this is basically what our EQIP program does in a nutshell. We take the conservation plan that Claude spoke about, starting with that technical assistance point and addressing all the resource concerns that a producer or a forest landowner or crop landowner has on their operation. So to kind of cover the flow of EQIP, like Claude stated, it starts with the development of a conservation plan. That is our blueprint to addressing resources, natural resources on the identified land. After that, you fill out once you figure out that you like to apply for some financial assistance, then you would fill out the NRCS CPA 1200, which is our conservation program application. And once that's done, you would, the field office would work with you, taking all the information that they gathered, going through the process of making their conservation plan, and they would evaluate and rank the application. Before moving forward, I'd just like to state that our conservation programs, our financial assistance conservation programs, they are competitive and they are based on a ranking system. And the ranking typically consists of different factors, mainly the amount of resource concerns that the participant is willing to address. So after the evaluation and ranking and the participant has been selected, then we move on to finalize the schedule of operations, which is basically the contract, working hand in hand with the landowner or the operator and figuring out the timing of all of the conservation activities that you have in your contract. So once the contract is signed, then the participant can begin to implement the activities that are included inside of that contract. And want to go into a few details about EQIP. So to be eligible for EQIP, the participant has to be engaged in the ag production or forestry management or have an interest in the ag or forestry management with the land. Be listed as an owner, operator, or other tenant with FSA's Farms Records Management System, which you heard about obtaining a farm and track number prior to this presentation. So that is key and crucial to moving forward with being able to apply for the conservation program. So individuals, legal entities, and joint operations are all eligible. Conventional and organic producers, specialty crop, commodity crops, forestry and wildlife, livestock operations, as well as our historically underserved farmers. And you'll see that there's a note, there's an increase in advanced payments available for our historically underserved producers. And the advanced payment allows historically underserved participants, once they have an approved contract, to get 50% of the funds up front to help with implementing the practices that you have in the contract. So now I want to go through and break down the 4 historically underserved groups. We'll start with the limited resource farmer rancher. The main thing with this specific group, with direct or indirect gross farm sales not more than the current index value of each of the previous 2 years. So To determine the limited, if you are a limited resource farmer rancher, we have access to a tool that you could use on our website to where you input your personal information, depending on the income, your household, and different things like that. And it will tell you the results if you qualify for or as a limited resource farmer rancher. Next, we have beginning farmer rancher, has not operated a farm or ranch or has operated or who has operated a farm or ranch for not more than 10 consecutive years. So if participant farms for 5 years, takes 3 years off and comes back, they still have 5 years of beginning farmer or rancher eligibility within that group. Next, I want to talk about the socially disadvantaged farmer or ranchers. The individual entity who is a member of the SD group is a group whose members have been subject to racial or ethnic prejudice because of their identity as members of a group without regard to their individual qualities. So the individuals included as social disadvantaged farmers or ranchers include American Indians or Alaskan Natives, Asians, Blacks or African Americans, Native Hawaiians or other Pacific Islanders, and Hispanics. And last but not least, our veteran farmers or ranchers. To be considered a veteran farmer or rancher, the participant must have served in one of the armed forces listed and was released from service under conditions other than dishonorable and has not operated a farm or ranch or has operated a farm or ranch for not more than 10 years. So next, I want to talk briefly or go through our simple 1200, which is an application for financial assistance for EQIP. As you'll see, once you turn in this form or once you get a copy of this form, the participant will be asked to first, in the information block, fill out the contents over in the left-hand side of the information block with your name, address, telephone number. Also enter the legal description down at the bottom in the bottom box, and the field office will take care of everything over on the right-hand side, beginning at the application number and going down to the SIP account. Okay, very first question goes back to one of the main eligibility points is, do you have form records established with the appropriate USDA service center? So that goes back to getting those getting that farmer track number established with FSA and some of the other eligibility documents that she mentioned earlier, as far as the 941 and different things, and 1026 and different things of that nature. Block 2 is already filled out for you. It's an EQIP application. You go on to list how you're applying. And you'll be applying however you're listed with FSA's records. So if you're an individual, you would check the individual box, entity, and joint operations. You follow those instructions to write your name and your tax ID number. For the individual, you would likely write your social security number on the application. Next, a few more questions pertaining to number 4 is land offered for enrollment use for crop or livestock production. For the sake of this specific meeting, we'll say that the crop type would be some type of forest land, and the land provided in this application is you would check whether it's private, public, or tribal, and so on. And then you would answer question number 6, certification of control of the land offered under the application is evidenced by. So you would document in this question specifically how do you have control access to the ground. And number 7 is land offered under this application to enroll in any other conservation program. We'd be able to help you with that answer at the local service center. And number 8, if you qualify for any of those historically underserved groups that we just covered, you would answer that question. And on to number 9, it asks about if you're organic or certifying organic. You would answer that question as it applies for your operation. And lastly, you would get a copy of the Conservation Program Contract Appendix, which covers all of the rules of the NRCS EQIP contract. And then you would sign it and date it. So that's pretty much the entire application process, the form that you would need to turn in. Along with that, some of the things that would be collected on the front end, if you already have a conservation plan, is we would have to have copies of the map. But just in case you go to the path of doing the application first, you will need to provide a copy of the map as well. And I'll briefly touch on some of the forestry practices and equip. Mr. Mallett did a fantastic job earlier in covering majority of these, especially forest stand improvement. These are our most popular forestry practices, things that help control and manage the forest land and get it to a point where it best suits the landowner and it can be most productive. And one other thing I like to mention in regards to your forestry practice equip, Arkansas NRCS has a very strong relationship with the Forestry Service, the state Forestry Service here in the state, and all of our field officers are encouraged to encourage the participants that are interested in applying for some type of forestry financial assistance to work with them and get a forestry management plan. That forestry management plan is basically almost the same as a conservation plan, but it's a little bit more detailed with all the specifics with the different types of trees if you need to plant, with the different hack and squirt prescriptions that we mentioned earlier. So we highly encourage all participants to get the forestry management plan and work with the Forestry Service. And next, I want to cover a new opportunity with EQIP, which is the Climate Smart Agriculture and Forestry sign up. This year, there was a pilot sign up with 10 states, and Arkansas was fortunate enough to be one of the states involved in the pilot sign up. But the purpose is to help ag producers plan and implement voluntary conservation practices that sequester carbon, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and mitigate the impacts of climate change on working lands. As I mentioned, it was a pilot this year, but the plan is to roll it out nationwide next year. Not sure exactly how it's going to look, but the same concept, we're being assured that the same concept will apply, where producers will be encouraged to apply for different conservation practices within that sign up that will address some of the climate concerns. And these are the climate change mitigation practice categories that were offered this year. We have soil health, nitrogen management, livestock partnership, grazing and pasture, agroforestry, forestry, and upland wildlife habitat, as well as rice. And under each block, you have different conservation practices that address this specific category as best as possible. Next, I want to touch briefly on the Conservation Stewardship Program. CSP helps producers and landowners build on their existing conservation efforts while strengthening their operations. So the intention is for a participant to have the experience with EQIP, then move on to CSP. CSP is viewed as, some would say, an upper tier of conservation management, conservation enhancement management. And for the eligibility with CSP, you have to be an operator, owner, or the tenant of ag operation through Farm Service Agency record management system. So you'll still need those records to provide those records and maps as well at the time of application. The eligible land under CSP are cropland, pasture, rangeland, non-industrial private forest land, farmstead, and associated ag. And another part of the eligibility included in CSP is the stewardship threshold eligibility. And the stewardship threshold eligibility, basically, it determines the number of resource concerns that a participant will meet at the time of application by the things that they're already doing on the land, as well as the number of resource concerns that they would address by the end of the contract. So both programs, EQIP and CSP, the common denominator is addressing resource concerns on the land through conservation activities, whether it be practices or conservation enhancements. So for the application, similar process to EQIP, you would still need to fill out a NRCS CPA 1200. Only difference mainly is the CSP box will be checked on this application as opposed to the EQIP application. So with CSP, as I mentioned, resource concerns are addressed through conservation practices as well as enhancements. The contracts are 5 years, and the contract is composed of 5 annual payments. I'll go back and touch a little bit on the payments of EQIP. With EQIP, once the participant implements the conservation practice, the field office will go out and certify the practice, and after certification, we'll be able to process that payment within a very short time frame, typically. But with CSP, we're only allowed to make annual payments. So typically after the first week of October, we're allowed to begin to make those annual payments. And the annual payments are composed of 2 different types of payments. You have your existing activities that we pay for. Basically, those are the things that you're already doing and the resource concerns that you're already addressing, and the management that's already taking part on the acres that you're enrolled to the program. And we determine that by basically doing an assessment over the entire operation, or all the acres that you would like to enroll. We do an assessment to see what you're doing, and as we evaluate the things that could be done maybe a little bit better, or things you may be interested in doing a little bit better, that's where the additional activities come in. And those are your enhancements or practices that you choose to put into your application to address additional. Under CSP, there are additional funding opportunities. We have an organic account, which catches the certified and transitioning organic participants. There's a sign up for the social disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, as well as beginning farmers and ranchers. So briefly, I'll touch over a few of the enhancements or practices or activities that are involved with CSP, with the forest land managers. For the ag forestry crops, which is typically trees, you do your prescribed burning, nutrient management, forest stand improvement, forest soil quality improvement, pest management. We can do an integrated pest management enhancement. We can do a pollinator, as well as going over to wildlife, do different things to attract and keep the wildlife inside of your forest land. So all of these activities or practices or enhancements, they are meant to be above and beyond the basic conservation practice level, and allows a participant to, as stated, get a higher level of conservation on their ground. So with that, I will turn it back over to Claude to cover easements.
Thank you, Clyde. We have gotten to first base with talking about conservation planning. We got to second base talking about EQIP program, third base talking about CSP. So we're going to bring it on home and talk about conservation easements and the NRCS programs that can provide financial assistance for conservation easement programs. I like to call this part of conservation the perpetual conservation, because that's really what it is. And I appreciate the comments from Ms. Alexander earlier this morning with the Black Family Land Trust talking about conservation easements. We've also heard about estate planning and things like that. So all this kind of falls, I think, in the same conversation that families need to have around the table when they start to begin to talk about conservation easements. So conservation easement programs for NRCS is very complex. I won't get into a lot of detail, but I do want to kind of cover just some of the high points for consideration for any landowner that might have an interest in, perhaps permanently protecting their property. So next slide, please, Clyde. So the Agricultural Conservation Easement Program, or ACEP, is the authority for which NRCS has to provide assistance for conservation easement. Under ACEP, there are 2 types of conservation easement. One type right here is what we call the ALE, or the ag land easement. The purpose of this easement is to provide financial assistance for a conservation easement that will protect the agriculture use and values of the land in perpetuity, for perpetual. I'm sure many of you have seen signs like this picture right here, where there's a cotton field, a cornfield, or Milo, and there's a sign up there that says home sites for sale. We see this happening a lot in Texas, as I'm sure that it happens in Arkansas and across other states. A lot of our good, prime, productive ag lands are being converted to rooftops, driveways, parking lots, and commercial uses. So we do have a large number of acres of productive land being lost to development. And for Texas, with as many new people coming to Texas, that's more strain on the resources, more strain on the land. So for landowners with an interest in perhaps protecting their property and keeping it in agriculture use for the future, for their family, for their kids, for their grandkids, the ag land easement, might be a possible avenue to discuss. This does require a conservation easement holder, a land trust, or an eligible entity that will actually purchase and hold the easement for perpetuity. NRCS can provide up to about 50% of what the easement appraises for to the land trust. Again, it's a conversation that, I believe, and I tell landowners, this doesn't need to happen over the Christmas holidays. This should be something that that landowners should be discussing with their kids, with their family, for a good while, so that decisions can be made for them, because it's going to affect their future and the future use of the land. So next slide, please, Clyde. So the next conservation easement program that NRCS can provide assistance with is a wetland reserve easement. Unlike the ag land easement, this easement program or opportunity does not require a land trust or an entity. This is a direct buy-sell purchase between the landowner and NRCS on behalf of the United States. So, there may be opportunities for landowners that have an area of their property that is continually flooded, that is always wet, that is too wet to farm, too wet to graze, and they may just want to return that wet area back to its natural native state. If that's the case, and that's their objective, then perhaps a wetland reserve easement might be an opportunity. With this type of easement, NRCS actually will buy and hold the easement, and we'll actually restore it. We're looking for land that historically has been manipulated, that has been drained or cleared in order to be productive. Our goal and objective to restore the wetland would be to make it wet again, to plant back what native community was there, whether it be trees or whether it be other types of grasses, and then place an easement on the property so that it is protected for either a term of 30 years or perpetual. And NRCS will actually hold it, will enforce it, and we will we will manage it or help the landowners manage it, throughout the term of the easement. So again, this is another opportunity for a landowner who wishes to protect their property and restore a degraded wetland that has a tremendous benefit for wildlife, for water quality, for things like that. So excellent opportunity there. I know Arkansas has a large number of WRE wetland reserve easements there. We have a great number here in Texas, as well as other states across the Southeast. So a very popular program with NRCS actually began back in the mid-1990s as the Wetland Reserve Program, and still just a super popular program with landowners, with partners, and especially those who enjoy wildlife. So with that, I will close this out. Clyde, I believe our final slide is just questions. So Belinda, I will hand it back off to you.
Acknowledge these people.
No. Okay, well, we don't have any questions in the chat box that I see. I'll ask a question. What percentage of cost sharing does the underserved forester, farmer, rancher will receive? Now I'm talking about underserved.
Sorry, I had to get unmuted. So with the historical underserved participants and all of the 4 groups that I mentioned earlier, they have an opportunity to receive in between 75 and 90% of the cost share rate for the practices within the state.
Okay, so is it the 45, 75%? Is it already applied to the flat rate that you all offer? How's that?
Yeah, so the economists, they develop a flat rate. Our national economists, they have the flat rate, and based off all different types of research items that they compile together to get the amounts. But once they have that amount, we're eligible to pay that 75 or 90% of that specific amount per unit of whatever conservation practice that is we're talking about.
Okay, because I know that sometimes get confusing for the farmer because they're thinking they're gonna get 45% or 75%, but it's really already been applied to that whatever payment schedule, that rate, and you all just offered that 100% flat rate, correct?
Not specifically 100%. Like I said, we have the amount that the practice costs overall, and we'll offer up to 90% for historically underserved for that specific practice that we're talking about, depending on the contract or
Okay.
Or equip or whatever you have.
Okay, so is there any more questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
For that answer. Do I have any more questions out there? Okay, I have one right here. So what opportunities do states having in working with funding pools that could benefit historically underserved producers and feedback from Texas and NRCS in Arkansas?
Well, I'll speak on that first. Dr. Goldman made a great point earlier, talking about the local led work groups and the state technical committee. So getting involved in those 2 groups the best as you can to express your concerns about NRCS funding and different things that may be going on with the agency, areas for improvement that you may happen to see, and to have some type of weigh-in on those type of decisions. That would be the best way directly to be involved in those conversations through the local led work group meetings, as well as the state technical committee.
And I would echo what Clyde said. The local work group in each county helps identify those local resource priorities that are county-based, that have local impacts. State technical committee addresses resource issues that are statewide, and we use that input. We use the recommendations from producer groups, from commodity groups, and other state and federal agencies to make the best decisions on how to implement EQIP each fiscal year.
Okay, discuss application evaluation ranking process.
Not to go too deep into detail, basically with the ranking for a program, the general idea is to come in for that request for technical assistance. And what will happen is the field office or district conservationists or soil conservationists, they'll go out typically and walk the land and view everything that you have going on and have those conversations about the things you would like to improve, or we have recommendations on things that could be improved. So once we get all that information, we do what's called an assessment. And we use the results from the assessment, which is based on everything that all the information that we've got from you and your land. And that goes into the ranking. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell over the assessment and ranking.
Okay, is there a distinction between corporations and individuals in terms of eligibility as a socially disadvantaged farmer / rancher for EQIP and CSP?
I wouldn't necessarily say that there is a distinction between the eligibility for HU participants and non-HU participants when it comes down to individuals and corporation entities. Still the same applies, have to be listed as owner operator, provide proof that they have control to operate those acres within the lifespan of the contract and things of that nature. So as far as distinction between HU and non-HU when it comes to corporation individuals, there isn't any.
So to clarify that question again, in other words, are corporations eligible to qualify as socially disadvantaged?
Yes, there's a certain percentage of the members of the corporations or joint operations, I would say, joint operations of entities that would have to be within the same, whether it's socially disadvantaged or beginning farmer rancher, they would have to have some, they would have to be a part of daily operation. So yes.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any more questions? Okay, if not, then I want to thank Mr. Claude Ross and Mr. Clyde Williams in providing us this valuable information. Thank you, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, Belinda. And
thank you, Belinda.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, I'd like to recognize Ms. Debbie Moreland, Program Administrator over the Arkansas Association of Conservation District. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, now we come into the end of our program. We would like to thank you all for participating, and we hope that you can join us tomorrow in tomorrow's conference, which will start at 9 a.m. and conclude at 1:30 p.m. on September the 1st. Some of the speakers for tomorrow are our interim dean of the School of Agriculture, Fishery, and Human Sciences at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, Arkansas State Representative Dave Billin, Arkansas U.S. Congressman Bruce Westermann, Texas U.S. Congresswoman Shelia Jackson-Lee, Arkansas State Senator Stephanie Flowers, Texas House of Representative James White, Arkansas State Conservationist Michael Sullivan, and Regional Conservationist over Southeast USDA-NRCS James Tillman, and U.S. Forest Service Director of Cooperative Forestry, Kay Reed, and USDA Farm Service Agency Administrator, Zach Ducheneaux. And now we will have our closing remarks and adjournment of today's conference by Dr. Bunch, the conference project director. We just want to, I know he will be addressing us with a heavy heart. We are sorry for your loss, and Our condolence goes out to you. Thank you. And may God bless you, Dr. Clarence Bunch.
All right, thank you, Belinda. First, let me first thank everyone for your condolences. My family and I, we really appreciate just the concerns and thoughts are very good, so we thank you all for that. I'm going to do a quick slide presentation. Can you all see that? Can you see that? Hello?
We cannot see it yet, Dr. Bunch.
See it?
Yes, we can see it.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you,
Okay.
but
Well, I
not
appreciate
your slide.
my system is not working very well, so let me move forward. I just wanted to basically, of course, thank all of you for being here. Of course, let me acknowledge the fact that that we've had really a very insightful participating in that. I also want to make sure I recognize, of course, that with the planning committee that actually took place with this between Prairie and Arkansas, they did a fantastic job of putting this and organizing this and getting it together. I really want to kind of acknowledge, really, on my staff, of course, with Ms. Moore. She was really the one that did a lot of the heavy lifting for us. So I appreciate that she did. It also did a tremendous job over there trying to get everything organized and moving forward. So I really appreciate the work that was being done behind the scenes with them. Also, too, I know a lot of the marketing we had done was done with Carrie Poole, who is served as our coordinator, our project marketing coordinator. So I really appreciate the work that she did as well. I also want to make sure I recognize, of course, Provost Palmer, who very thankful for Dean D'Souza for taking time out for today's conference as well and to bring us greetings. I also like to recognize and commend the work that was done by all the participants in this particular regard. Of course, Kristy Oats, as well as Shane Harrington, as well as Ike Mills for their presentation as well. And I just want to recognize the fact of the partnership that we have as we work with, of course, the CBOs, the other 100 ranchers, the Texas Agroforestry and Landlord Association, the Pineywoods, Small Farmers, Ranchers, and Landlords of Texas. Of course, with the USDA-NRCS, the Farm Service Agency, Texas Forest Service, as well as Kaiser LLC, as well as Texas AgriLife and Texas A&M. So I want to really kind of point that out with them as well. But I want to basically make just a few insights from today's conference. Of course, one was, of course, the history of African-American land ownership and some causes of heirs property. I thought it was extremely powerful. And I know that we will basically carry that and perhaps probably look and begin to get more informed and educated because of what we heard on today's insight there, as well as the best remedies for to heirs property issues in the estate planning. I thought that was very insightful as well, very helpful for us as listeners, participants, as well as individuals who are thriving to do some things different, dealing with those kind of issues. I thought it was important as well, dealing with something about the markets. I thought that was very insightful, as well as that the federal, state, and local entities who provide help for landlords. I thought all of that in regards to the education, the field visits, the training, the financial assistance. I thought all of that was very insightful as we move forward. But the question that I really want to basically answer is what we are doing. First of all, what we're doing, we're building. So we're building in regards to the SFLR program here in the state of Texas as a Texas site. New coming out the chute, but I think we've done a fairly decent job from my perspective. Others may say better job, but I want to just kind of always keep it medium. So I think we've done a good job in working with and reaching out to the producers so far. And just a reminder to you as well that we do have an additional 4 additional workshops scheduled planned in Madison, Harrison, and Anderson County, starting on September 23rd to October 26th. So we are really, and what we have done and what we're doing now, we've been laying the foundation through this grant that we've been working with through the United, the AFF, the American Forest Foundation. We've been just really laying the foundation through the grant in reference to what we're going to be doing here in the future in the state of Texas, working with African American forest landowners. So we have adopted the SFLR program in the Ag and Natural Resource Unit operation. So it's a part of our operation now as a reference to our program. So it's a part of a sustainable process that we're using to move forward in regards to how we will continue this program, continue this work, continue the services, especially knowing that what we do can really help and make a difference to others. So really excited about that as we move forward. Secondly, where are we going? Where are we going? We're expanding at the current time. So we're expanding ourselves right now. We're expanding the SFLR program into more East Texas counties. As part of the objective at the current time. I'm actually in the process of hiring additional county agents who will also service in some of those counties across that particular area, as well as developing new forest programs that we're working on right now as we gather more insight, new insight, and continue to build and to continue to strengthen and to continue to expand. As well as I'd like to just mention about the fact that we're developing what we call the new heirs property reckoning program, education program, which is a 7-week heirs education program designed to help educate minority landowners and assist them with a general understanding of addressing their property family issue. But it's a 7-session program that we'll be doing here at Prairie. So I don't have to make this particular statement because, of course, Belinda has made that statement reference to about just reminding about tomorrow and tomorrow key speakers as well. And so she mentioned that from James Tillman down to the congressmen that we have, of course, Congresswoman Shelia as well. So I just encourage you all to stay tuned and tune in with us on tomorrow for that. And finally, I would be remiss if I did not recognize the magnificent job that our moderators have done today. Belinda Bell, I think you did an excellent job today as well. We appreciate the work that you did, the introduction you did, how you actually managed and how things are moving forward. Really appreciate that. As well as Horace Hodge, you keep amazing me every time I get engaged with you. So continue the great work that you do here as well. Of course, a part of the Office of Partnership and Public Engagement. It used to be OAO, that's what I do. So, but a good job that you guys did with us today. So I really, really appreciate the work that you've done here as well. But also on behalf of Dr. Henry and our partners at the University of Arkansas in Pine Bluff, the American Forest Foundation, the USDA, community-based organizations, Texas A&M Forest Service, and others for partnering with us to ensure our stakeholders receive access to assistance through the Sustainable Forest and African American Land Retention Program. I thank you for attending this conference today. I apologize for my slides not being able to work. I see myself as well as some of my slides, and I hope that it was okay. So again, we appreciate you guys tuning in to us. We look forward to tomorrow as well. I think that most of you probably don't realize, but I think we had over 200 and something, I believe, tuned in for today. And so some numbers fluctuate up and down. So I would assume tomorrow will be a little bit higher. So just wanted to let you know that as well. But we appreciate it. I thank you. And I look forward to what we do in the future as we continue to work with the farmers. Because remember, what we do means nothing if we cannot impact and change others' lives. And so life is about what we can do to help others. And so that's a part of my focus, my goal, as well as my passion. So again, let me turn it over to Horace.
Well, I want to certainly say, Dr. Bunch, in your difficult time of condolences space, we certainly thank you for. And I think I can speak on behalf of my colleague, and she can give her own words on this one. But just to thank you for your institutional vision, your institutional outreach. This has been talked about for some time, and to bring the two 1890 universities together to try to mitigate some of the challenges out here with social disadvantage, limited resource, clientele, in partnership with those USDA agencies. That's your vision. You have brought it to fruition, and it is played out today in grand fashion. So from serving here at Prairie University, I wanted you to know that that you continue to have my full support, and I go into battle with you just about anywhere. So thank you for your outreach, and I'll turn it back over to Ms. Belinda Bell.
Oh, well, thank you all. And yes, OPPE is here to support you all. And I really thank you all for giving me the opportunity to moderate for you all today. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.